Can I just click on the link? I am. That's why I'm just.
Should we not start? It's not showing. Huh? Okay, because we need to start. Can we start? Maybe you also. Good morning, Kailicha, across Cape Town, across other who have all been invited to this important conversation that is a continuation of a conversation that started taking place about 3 or so weeks ago. I am Polo Letika, the president of ABSIP, the Association of Black Securities and Investments Professionals. And our primary purpose as ABSIP is to drive transformation in the financial services sector with the intention that through a transformed financial services sector, we can actually drive transformation into the rest of the economy. Many people will wonder why it is that we have taken the baton on the issue of the township economy and why it is that it is not other associations that might be seen to be more relevant to the township economy. And we believe that financial services plays a very central part in unlocking the opportunity and the potential that resides in these economies that continue to be underserved by our financial services institutions for various reasons. And it's for that reason that we feel that we are probably the most relevant entity to be playing the role that we are playing. We kicked off these discussions in Johannesburg about 3 weeks ago or so ago. And we were quite deliberate at the time to say that it is time that we spoke to people who run businesses in the townships and stop talking at them, but actually be deliberate in hearing from them about what does the township economy really look like? What do we mean when we say the township economy? What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? How do we help to unlock those opportunities? So we wanted to hear from the owners of these institutions themselves, so that we are not presumptuous in coming up with solutions and initiatives that we think what is needed, when in fact the people in the townships themselves are better. And it was a very important conversation that we had. A lot was surfaced, and we have actually started collating quite a lot of the nuggets that came out of that conversation. It was followed 2 weeks ago by another session in a township called Imbizo in Gauteng province, where we invited what we call the enablers. So we decided that we need to talk to our regulatory enablers, because one of the key issues that came out of the surfacing session 3 weeks ago was that the regulatory environment actually was one of the reasons why businesses in the townships were having problems. Some of the regulations meant that people were already foul of the law even before they started operating, things like that. So we really got into some detail around what, how should we be thinking about changing some of the regulations, but also what are the regulatory interventions actually that are required to unlock or to unblock whatever blockages there are in the system. And we also went further to talk about some of the practical solutions that government from various provinces, because we also had representation from a number of provinces on our panel. And we continue to call upon our membership. We continue to call upon friends of ABSIP to put their hands up to offer their solutions, whether it is donations in kind, whether it is monetary donations, whether it is partnership in any form or way. And that's another key thing that we really want to be an outcome of this initiative, where we are saying that as ABSIP, we are not having these discussions just so that we can have another workshop, or rather talk shop, as has been the case with many of these things, but rather that we really come out of this conversation with solid partnerships. So we are calling out for people to partner with us. We are not, but in any, we will solve the problems that we see or that we hear about, but we certainly think that we can use the advocacy role that we play to almost be, to create an ecosystem that is going to come together and think very creatively around how do we make sure that this lying giant, which is the township economy, actually is unlocked and explodes, because I think it's going to be an explosion once we fully realize the potential of this economy. So today we decided to continue with the theme of talking to what we call the enablers, because another key thing, which was very interesting for me, it was probably one of the most prominent things that came out of the surfacing section 3 weeks ago when we spoke to townships across the country. People are not saying that they are hungry for funding per se. People are hungry for opportunity. Businesses in the townships are saying that we just want access to the supply chains. If you're going to bring a mall into Khayelitsha and you're going to bring a major like a Pick and Pay or a ShopRite, who do they buy their product from that they put on their shelves, right? Why are they not looking at supporting local enterprises and putting their product on their shelves? And if they are doing it, are they doing it at the scale that they should, so that we can really start seeing significant growth of these local economies? So these are the questions that we want to engage with today. There are also questions or comments around, even when malls come into the townships, in many instances, they displace already existing businesses in the townships. So is there a way that we can make malls, as an example, accessible to township businesses. And accessible means affordable, but also commercially viable for those businesses, right? So these are the conversations that we want to have, and it will be evidenced, of course, in the lineup that we have today, which I will share with you later on. So we're very excited that we are talking about corporate South Africa as enablers of opportunities within the supply chains. And we're hoping that the various panelists will help us to dig quite, or dive deeply rather, into these issues, and really with a view of coming out with very tangible, again, very tangible things that we can on Monday when we leave here start doing. So what we're going to be very, very deliberate about is that, and this is what the panelists will do, we will make sure that the panel members are not just having a nice conversation. We will ask, very directed questions. We will ask very, intentional questions. We will require that the panelists make very, very tangible commitments and not just fluffy commitments. And we will follow up with them as the ABSIP office. So that is really the background, and I do appreciate that everybody has taken, once again, has taken their Saturday to spend with us so that we can discuss these very, very important matters. Now, before I go through the program, I just want to invite everyone who is listening from home, who might be on the ABSIP website, watching this on our free Telkom link, or who's watching from whatever device and using whichever telco, if they can invite people around them, there is still time. We have not started. It is such an important conversation that we don't want to keep it to a small group of people. We have been very deliberate to say that this is a national conversation that we want to be had. So go next door and knock at your neighbor's house and say, Mfo or Siswam, are you listening to this thing? Are you participating in this discussion? Or call your cousin, call your family if you are far from them and say, please log on and make sure that you're listening to this conversation, because who knows, some of the outcomes thereof might actually be the very answer that you are looking for. We remain steadfast in wanting to make sure that people from as far as Khaleshewe, Kimberley, as far as Natal, Kwamashu or Umlazi, the people of Ndanzane, the people of Googs who are not too far from us here, or Langa, or Nyanga, or Mitchell's Plain for that matter. The people of Muntiwa in Mafikeng, the people of Mokwase in Rustenburg, and all other townships are listening. So please reach out. They join us on social media. They join us on YouTube. They join us on Facebook. They can follow the on Instagram. They can go to the ABSIP HQ handle. On Twitter, our handle is ABSIP. On Facebook, they can just go to the ABSIP page. On YouTube, they can also find us there. We've got an ABSIP YouTube page. And if they are using Telkom as their data provider, they can go to our website, which is there, and they can watch it from there as it is provided for free, or the data is available for free if you go and click on the ABSIP page. It is a very important conversation. Our hashtags on social media platforms are hashtag township economy and hashtag let's rebuild. So I hope that you share all of that information today. So I think I welcome our guests. We have got some of the Cape Town-based entrepreneurs and ecosystem players having joined us here today at the barn in Khayelitsha. So welcome, and it's good seeing your faces, even though you're wearing masks. I'm making all manner of assumptions about who the people are, by just looking at their eyes because the rest of their faces are covered. Our first panel today will really be a deep dive into enterprise development programs. What works really? Because as we said, we want to walk away from this conversation and go away on Monday and say, okay, we're going to do more of that and we're going to stop doing this because it doesn't work. Or we're going to do less of this because it doesn't have the impact that we want it to have. Parito, we've got Sandile Kumalo, who is a supply chain manager at Exaro, which is a mining company. We've got Lisedi Loloana, who is the head of enterprise and supply development at Naspers. We've got Mr. Vuyo Khani, who is here with us at the barn. And then we've got Mr. Andile Namlana, who's the president of the Black Management Forum. And Mamecha will be leading that panel. We'll go into a tea break, and then we will have our Deputy Secretary General, Tabiso Ratsefula, taking us through the topic around integrating the township economy into supply chains, and he will be leading a panel that will consist of Mr. Lita Kuta, who himself, by the way, is from Google, but we have now stolen him. He's now ours there in Gauteng. We have got Ms. Tracy, got Mr. Hilton Tienerson, who's head of Growth Will, South Africa. We've got Ms. Nondumiso Pigashe, who is the founder of Sesfigile Wines. And then we've got Mr. John Chabalala, who's an EXCO member of ABSIP in the Western Cape. Then later on, we will be talking about how we integrate the township economy specifically into the retail supply chains, because that's, I think, where a lot of the entrepreneurs are located, at least the entrepreneurs within the township space. And we've therefore got Ms. Judy Nokwedi, who's the chairman of Gauteng Tourism, who's going to join us. She had said she'd be here physically, but she might join us online. We've got Mr. John Carl Lotter, who's the CEO of South African Small Medium Enterprises Federation. We've got Mr. Thomas Swana, who's the CEO of Philippi Economic Development Initiative. We've got Ms. Sivenati Sigaba, who's also joined us here today, and she's the CFO of SM Tax. And then we've got Ms. Vusi Vogwana, who's the founder of Kasi Catalyst. So we really look forward to this discussion of today. And this engagement and quite good. And we will be going into our program now, led by Ms. Mamecha Moshe, who is our Secretary General. So thank you very much, colleagues, for listening to me. Mamecha, over to you.
Okay, where's my camera? Over there. Okay. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for everyone who is in the room today and everybody else who has dialed in. Thank you so much, Livuyo, for joining us in person. And our other panelists, Sandile, as well as Andile and Lesedi, who are online. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today. Our topic will be a deep dive into the enterprise development programs. As we know, enterprise development is a key factor to unlocking a lot of opportunities for entrepreneurs. What we're going to be asking ourselves today is this actually coming into the township economies? Is there an opportunity for partnerships with township economies? As well as what are the opportunities that we can actually take forward? What are the challenges that township entrepreneurs have into getting into the enterprise development and supply chain programs, and how can we actually unlock opportunities for them? My first question will be to Luvuyo. I think I will start with you as the resident entrepreneur who has his work in the township. So my first question is, give us the journey. I mean, I was fascinated by what you've been able to achieve. And in fact, on one of our platforms, on our Twitter account yesterday, there was someone who actually posted how you have helped him in his career. So maybe just tell us a little bit about what you do, where it started, and what the purpose of it is.
Good morning, everyone. For me, I think it's an exciting moment for me because I've been part of this journey for way back now. It's been 17 years now since I started. So it started in Khayelitsha. So I used to be a teacher in Khayelitsha. So I resigned. I mean, if you remember 2004, it was the time of outcome-based education, which is a new curriculum. So I saw a need from teachers that they not able to use computers. And I decided to take a risk. And I started with a 4 computer with my brother. You must remember that time. So I used to go to school with big monitors. So it's not LCD where we have now. So showing teachers, and for 3 months, there were no sales. And it was a difficult moment because some schools, they were saying that I'm stealing computers. I'm sending back to the teachers. Yeah. And I keep on doing business for the last 2 years in the Bootafrica with my 2 partners. And then find a space, looking for a space. So they were building a mall, Khayelitsha Mall, and looking for a space to, start internet cafe, hoping that teachers will come in now. Well, I realized that 2006 then, and the square meters that time for a rental, it was 120 rent. And I was shocked because I come from a Bootafrica, now I have to pay a rent of 120 rent per square meters. And guess what now? You were not able to get a space in Khayelitsha at less than, in fact, any township, in fact, because we've got 46 centers, not get a space less than 250 per square meter. Wow. So if you've got 100 square meters space to rental, you'll probably pay about minimum 25K a month. So that on its own, it's something that for me, it was shock in the system in terms of how on earth that you could able to run a business. Because in a sense, you will pay, kind of run a business for the landlord. Yeah. So for the last 15 years, we've been paying school fees, paying the landlord, because we've been building a brand in the sense that part of the biggest cost for us, even today, we have a cost in terms of paying a roller. So to cut the story, back to Silulo now. So we started at computers, and then we started internet cafe, and then training. Currently, now we are in 3 provinces: Western Cape, Eastern Cape, KZN. The biggest province is Eastern Cape, was the deeper rural areas. And we choose deliberately that we want to be in township and rural areas because we're seeing more opportunities in the areas, especially on ICT. Connectivity, access, skilling people is the biggest part in terms of that now. So we've trained close to now about 60,000. We employ about 250 staff members. We've got a model which is franchise owned and owned stores in terms of across them to the part. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That is really fascinating. What you've built over the last decade and a half is incredible. 60,000. That's 60,000 people trained and who obviously get jobs. And when they do, it's a multiplier effect, as we all know. I'm going to turn to Lesedi. Lesedi used to head up ESD at Nespers, and now she is a consultant by her own right into the space. Listen, what I want to ask is, what are some of the ESD programs that you have seen, and have they been successful? Is money going to the right places?
Hi, Mamiki. Thanks for the introduction. Hi, Luvuyo. It's lovely to finally meet you. I think I've spoken to you a few times on the phone when I was at Nesper's lab, so it's lovely to see you. Just to answer the question, ESD in the BEE codes has always been something corporates have had to contribute towards. Whether it's been done correctly or whether it's been done to actually empower our economy is a whole separate question altogether. I do believe that the intention to do the right thing is there, but whether it's actually been done properly is a whole other question. So NASPERS ran a program called NASPERS Labs, and that was a program that was supposed to address township inequalities and provide economic access to people who live in the townships. And what we did was, there were 3 labs in Delft, Philippi, and Kailicha, where we firstly trained about 2,500 youth in computer skills and basic digital skills. And then we tried to launch them into the economy, and we also tried a few enterprise development courses. But what we found was particularly challenging is that you are bringing across a solution that may not necessarily work for the environment in which you've placed it. And what we saw was there was a very big gap in trying to close, in almost kind of upskilling someone to the point where they are ready to service a big corporate for business. So we picked up a huge gap there in terms of knowledge, in terms of skills, in terms of even soft skills, where those things first need to be addressed and patched up, almost like we need preceding boot camp to make people ready for corporate. From a corporate perspective, as a consultant, what I've picked up is corporates would literally do anything to do business with Black township, with Black businesses in the township. The difference is we are just not yet ready or not yet equipped to be able to deal with the kind of business that corporate would require from a small township business. So that the biggest gap for me is that little mini, that boot camp between pre-seed funding and being able to accelerate. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Lesedi. And what I'm hearing, and it keeps coming through and through, and I think it came from the other panels that we had previously in the other Imbizos, is the infrastructure and support, and making sure that entrepreneurs have what it takes to be able to get into the ESD programs. I mean, I think Luvuyo touched on it. I mean, being ability to pay 25,000 rent as an entrepreneur that's starting out is it really is a threat on how you can enter the market, and you probably won't be able to. So perhaps there's a lot of free space around corporates. Maybe you should actually offer free space to some of the entrepreneurs. Andile, I'm going to come to you next. And my question to you, being at the head of an association that is direct contact to most corporates. When you speak to corporates out there, what are some of the ESD projects that they are doing? And is there a positive impact in the townships from these programs that the corporates are doing? Does it get into the townships? Would it improve the township economy? I know we had a serious chat yesterday about why township economy is important or not, and I would love to hear some of those views as well. Andile, you're on, Andile.
Yes, thanks, Mamej. And let me first greet the president of ABSIP and say that I think the initiative that ABSIP is doing is quite progressive, considering the events that occur in June and July. Let me greet your panelists there, Mr. Khan, It's good to be on the same platform as you. It's been a while. I've run away from Cape Town, so I hardly see you these days. Mamecha, look, my views. Firstly, I think the first thing that we need to look at, and I was disconnected when you asked the question, but I'll take the tune when on the discussions we had yesterday. The first thing that I think we need to look at, I don't think we need to categorize the economy, township economy, rural economy, or anything of that nature. I think we need to just talk about South African economy, and maybe at the very least, when we do a categorization, would be to talk about the first economy and the second economy. The first economy being the one that was obviously built at the back of apartheid legislation, which has now actually has been categorized by the top tier multinational businesses. And then we look at the second economy. The second economy is what Mr. Khani and the rest of us in business are trying to build, which is the sort of SMME categorized economy led by very innovative Black entrepreneurs, but whom are not necessarily getting the support that they need. Look, if it was under apartheid, Mr. Khani, who built a business to help the teachers in particular to be able to be computer savvy and literate, in an ideal apartheid environment, he would have been given the contract to do that with all the teachers across the country and with 50-something thousand schools. And by now, his business would be obviously teachers being the anchor of that clientele from government, and a nice arranged allowance, computer training allowance for teachers would have been created in that payroll. And it would be a salary deduction for teachers. So they would go for that training for them to even start deriving benefit from that allowance. Now, Mr. Khani would have trained more than 200,000-300,000 teachers, and the business would have that anchor clientele. And then from there, he would have trained the police, who needs to now work on the digital systems in the court system and all those. And what would that size of that business would be if we were running a coordinated a system of developing Black entrepreneurs using the state? He would now be having a 2-3 billion turnover business, easy. And from there, how much of the franchisees that he has who would have created the businesses at the back of him, and how much indirectly and directly would have been the jobs that would have been created. So Mamecha, what I'm trying to say is that you don't need the state to spoon-feed Black entrepreneurs. Luvuyo Khani was not spoon-fed by anyone, but you need the state to create an economic environment that allows Black business to thrive. Those that are innovative. I hate that thing of co-ops and all of those things. We have 100 people that entrepreneurs must emerge, and others who are not entrepreneurs must be workers. And it's as simple as that. You can't force 100 people into one business together. You can do that if you are running a community project, but even there must be people that are leading that. Many of those projects that have plethora of people have failed because there's no one that takes ownership of and the responsibility of running this project. So what I'm saying is, and you can't then categorize Mr. Luvuyo Khani as a township business person. He's a businessman who built his business at the back of his environment, which was the township that he was in. But that business, there are teachers in there are teachers everywhere. So the centers of Sululo would have been everywhere in the country. And if the fact that the entrepreneur emerged out of a township is neither here nor there, and I don't think that, in my view, A township is something that we must celebrate and is heritage. Black people were condemned in living in townships. Some probably enjoy now because they don't have other options. But all of us who can make it out of township, we run as fast out of there as possible. So we must build the economy where Black people are, but we must integrate the business and the opportunities of Black businesses within the mainstream economy. That was the first example. The second example I want to use, Mameja, before I keep quiet, is that let's look at the scenario, because I use Mr. Luvio Khanu for the township, so-called township economy thing. But let's look at the scenario of you have a ShopRite, Checkers, who procures potatoes and many other line item goods from Chile, from Russia, thousands of tons of those potatoes. Now, the issue here is that the exchange rate of South Africa, the Transnet that gets hacked and all of those things affects the bread basket or the price of the potatoes before they can get into the shelves of ShopRite. Now, why wouldn't you do a project with ShopRite that says, we go into the rural Transkei and the rural Limpopo, wherever there was farmlands, milli farms that were there during the Bantustan times. You ask those people that, okay, ShopRite, bring in here 500 million, government will match it with another 500 million, and we'll find experts and top-class farm operators who would then incubate the communities with the seed, the support, the infrastructure to plant these potatoes in their milli farms and in gardens. And every produce of a certain grade and quality gets taken on an off-take agreement by that project system that is run there and is put in the ShopRite shelves. And ShopRite, to pay ShopRite back, you say every bag of potato of X amount of kilograms will be procured for 20 Rand, and ShopRite is currently procuring it for 46 Rand. The difference between that is paying back your 500 million. But in the communities, you're incentivizing people, individuals, and communities to have productive use of their land that they are not doing anything with. And from there, once you are able to track the ID numbers of suppliers of that project, then you tell those people they must all come out of social grants because they are now making 10, 15, 20,000 a month, and they are out of social grants. And once you take the money out of social grants, then that 1,000 rands of social grants, you take it to a university student that needs an iPad, that needs a school fees and all of those things. So all of these things is, if we were to integrate what is there as ShopRite, instead of fighting ShopRite and say it's a white monopoly capital business, this and that, you use it for its capacity and anchoring in the economy to develop the Black people that are not in the mainstream economy to participate using their platforms. And from there, it starts with potatoes, they produce beans, they do this and that for ShopRite. Before you know it, the shelf of ShopRite is 90% supplied by semi-medium-sized small farmers that are Black. So all I'm saying is, now you can't call that rural economy. People can live in the rural areas and make lots of money, but you don't have, we need a South African economy that everybody who lives in South Africa can have an opportunity to participate in the economy. That's all, that's our view, Mameja.
Thank you for that, Andile. And I mean, I had two things that always hit hard, and I never quite understand when it comes to Black entrepreneurs. Why can't we get the scale that other corporates get? And this whole integration, I mean, as Andile mentioned, I think we should actually put a challenge out there. I don't know who's listening out there, but perhaps someone must start thinking about Luvuyo's business, how to support it. I mean, we already see there is already a proven case. So scale. And I guess I'm going to put this as a challenge for the next question. And everybody must start thinking about it. How do we actually help in the scale so that we get out of sustenance and we actually build businesses that are sustainable. The second one was around this whole point of ShopRite. I mean, we had a chuckle with Andile yesterday because he was telling me about his grandfather who had a wool company, and it was integrated in Limpopo. When I was young, the word hunger in the villages was not there because everybody had cooperatives that were supported by bigger farmers and by the big grocery stores. So why have we changed that? Can we go back to that model? So the next panelist I'm going to bring on board, I mean, this is one of my, and maybe I'm being biased, but one of my favorites when it comes to ESG and being intentional about how they do it. And I guess maybe it also comes from its roots because it's, a majority Black owned, is Exxaro. Sandile, I just want to, I mean, please, maybe Exxaro has been, an extremely successful ESG story. How have you done it? And how do you actually make sure that you integrate communities that you work around into your ESG? I mean, I was listening in to the interim results on Thursday, and there was already a support program that was put in place for distressed MMEs by Exxaro. So what makes you successful, and how do you do this integration of Black entrepreneurs, for that matter, in the areas where you operate? So, which is obviously township and rural economy.
No, thanks very much. And thanks to the leadership of ABSIP for inviting us, and greetings to all the panelists that are with us today. And maybe before I start answering your question, I would not go so far as to say we are successful, but I think any accolade that we receive, we'll take it in good stead, but it's not something we would go and say ourselves. But what I do think we want to do, maybe as part of the conversation today, is maybe just to talk about a number of things that may assist in answering the question. The one being, whom are we as an organization? Why do we do what we do, which we think is very important? How we do what we do, which we'll touch on very briefly, and who we do it and what success means for us. I think that's very important. So that when we do get to a point to say we are successful or not, we measure success based on what we consider success to be. And I'll try to touch that without spending too much time. Like you said, who is Exxaro Resources? Exxaro Resources is diversified and transformed resources and energy company. In our blood and in our DNA, we've always been transformational. We're a product of transformation in the very progressive laws of the country. And therefore impact and sustainability is in our DNA. So what is reflected currently in our strategy, and I'm glad that you mentioned it, that as we presented it in our results, that we understand that as a resources company, in particular in the coal space, we are also undergoing an inward market-led transformation, moving from a primitive, or let's say a traditionally resources-based company to becoming diversified resources company, focused on diversified energy minerals and being an energy player for that matter. Why are we making this, providing this context? Because we believe for us as an organization to be able to play in these markets, making the sustainable and impactful investment in our communities and in our country will be our license to be able to operate in that. So that's key to us. Why am I raising this? It's because in how we look at, what we call enterprise and supply development, which we call sustainable growth and impact broadly, we believe that that is key to our sustainability as a business. We do it not because the codes dictate for us to do it, but we do it because it makes business sense for us to do it, to invest in our community, to invest in our country, because ultimately we do business in South Africa. So it makes absolute sense for us to invest in the communities where we operate. So to come back to you, what we do then, maybe just to to elaborate slightly, as I said, we understand that we have an obligation to comply to the BBBE codes, and that for us is just a minimum requirement. So compliance with the BBBE codes is the floor. But what is our aspiration? Our aspiration is to invest in organizations that have a meaningful social and economic impact, that enable us to be innovative and to create new innovations in our economy, to create a diversified and resilient supply chain. So let's then come back to the point that we always make, that ESD should not be a grudge purchase, but should be seen as an integral part of building resilience in our supply chain. And to the point that the president of the BMF made, we believe that a similar example exists in our business, to say it doesn't make any sense whatsoever for us to buy a large piece of equipment from Japan and then still get that machine repaired in Johannesburg when we've got operations in Witbank and Lephalale. It just doesn't make business sense. So building a localized and capable supply chain is one way of de-risking the supply chain, while also creating meaningful economic and social impact in the communities that we rest. So that's just one of the examples that illustrate the synergies between, BE compliance, innovation, social impact, and supply diversity that you've spoken about as being key to the recipes of our success. So what has the board enabled us to do as management? The board has, over the last 4 years, created a fund which has grown to about 400 million rand that we use to invest in the development of let's call it enterprises. We don't want to limit it to SMMEs, but to invest it in enterprises that are integrated to our supply chain. That has been distributed in excess of over 80 or 90 suppliers who are involved in various core business activities. And we're quite proud of the work that they're doing. And one area where we also believe that we cannot obviously rest our laurels on is with respect to, understanding our own limitations. So what it means is that we understand that there's only so much we can do, and for us to do more, we need to partner up with other partners within our ecosystem. We've established an enterprise development program with the Gordon Institute of Business, where we've taken over 90 suppliers of ours into a mini MBA program. These are typically community-based suppliers who would not have an opportunity, to get a post-matric education, but through a partnership that we've established, we now give them an opportunity to get the best business education that money can buy. That obviously works for them and for us as well. We've also partnered up with, for example, the SAICA, which I think some of the members of your organization will be also members of, where we are bringing in young accountants to also then provide financial services to some of our suppliers. In so doing, we are able to respond to the challenge of market entry, not only for our suppliers, but also for young professionals as well, through a joint partnership program. And there are other similar examples, including those where we have partnered up with OEMs of equipment, typically that is used in our industry, as a way of ensuring that we remove barriers of entry for community-based suppliers who typically may want to repair some of the equipment that we use, but obviously is under warranty. So we need to work with our OEMs to be able to break down those barriers of entry. And these are typically the kind of interventions that we look to address through partnership. And obviously, as we then measure our success will principally be measured to the extent of which we see the spend with local suppliers. For this year, we've targeted to spend 10% of our procurement budget, which will be around about 1 billion rand with local Black-owned SMMEs. We're well on our way to meeting the target. And in other areas as well, we continue to make investments, including in seeing our list of repairers and refurbishers of equipment that is comprised of local SMMEs, also increasing in the same proportion. But I think that's our opening remarks, and we'll be happy to share further as we proceed with the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandile, for that. And you know, that three things that you mentioned that for me hit the spot, which was firstly, it's your license to operate. You know, the social license to operate is incorporating businesses where you operate. And then the second one was around, you know, ESD should not be a grudge purchase. And I think maybe we need to change the narrative. It shouldn't be about just supporting black businesses, but it should also be about how does this actually improve my my own business? And I guess Andile spoke to this as well on you know, it should make a business imperative for the particular parties. Now I want to come back to you, Luvuyo, and you know, we spoke about the success, but now I want to speak about some of the challenges of being, you know, a township entrepreneur. If you can touch on what are some of the challenges that you've had and that you see other entrepreneurs having, mainly township entrepreneurs, but also I guess in general the black entrepreneurs.
No, thanks so much. I mean, there's many challenges. I can write a book about the challenges more than anything. I mean, it's not easy to, we can probably talk about, it's very difficult to run a business in a township. So difficult. I mean, it's not I mean, you kind of 3 stages. You're a township, you're a startup, you're scaling up. All of those kind of like become much more changes. Probably before I come in, just want to go back on the enterprise, because I probably Sidu has been beneficiary so much around enterprise development, from SAB Foundation, MWeb to Telcom to Vodacom. So there are some good stories that we've seen that able to assist us to make sure that we scale up the business in terms of, but also there's some bad stories with the corporate. Because I mean, like there's some of the corporate where they see you as a channel to extend that as much as they're supporting you, they are pushing their KPIs through you to make sure that their agenda, they are changing agenda now. And I think it becomes sour some of them, because the way it has, and especially if you're a startup, you're excited, you see opportunity, you don't have a black and white, you go there, later you realize that you make mistakes. We make and we pay a fortune of money. So I'm saying, like, as much as we kind of say it has to happen, it's important, be careful. For entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs, they must be careful, they must read the black and white to make sure that it's not later when things are not able to. I think that's probably, it's part of the challenges in terms of part of this, because we are dealing with big business, but you don't understand in terms of that. And you are coming in with your passion. You don't realize that, I mean, you are kind of signing yourself in and you don't know, and no one supporting and assisting you in terms of looking at that black and white. So it's one of the challenges in that regard now. And the second challenge in the township, I mean, like the biggest problem, even now, especially, in fact, even before that, it's like, if you could do business in the Western Cape, in Cape Town, you could do business anywhere. This province is a province that it's so difficult to do business as a black to make sure that you succeed now. But if you make it here, it's easy to anywhere in the country because of the kind of barriers from here. It's like saying that if you are in township, you must innovate. You're not able to have access in terms of, I mean, like in terms of integration now. So it's one thing that probably has to be looked at to look from there. But I think also, which is as much as like it also have a good space now, because I've seen many innovative ideas coming through these kind of barriers that comes in now. But the third problem, I think it's like crime. Crime is the biggest problem in the township. I mean, like, it's a cancer. It's an enemy for economic development for that now. And the crime, it can be changed in a way to become formalized in the sense that part of this extortion and paying protection fee. I mean, those kind of criminals probably can formalize to create a proper business to secure. I mean, the space instead of like becomes the hindrance where it is now, because that's kind of a biggest problem that many entrepreneurs cannot able to, I mean, to succeed was able to expense now where you have to pay criminals that does anything, and then it becomes traumatic with your staff, even yourself now, when you have to deal with that now. So I think it's an area where it has to be looked at. And I think another area which is part of the challenge, it's a systematic approach for entrepreneurs. And we talk about models here in terms of like opportunities. But must remember, most entrepreneurs in the township run their businesses in the garage, in the boot of a car, in the bedroom, on their laptops. So how do you take someone from a laptop on your bedroom to a mall where you're going to pay, probably 200 per square meter in terms of that? That on its own is just like, there's no way. So they have to go through, share offices or incubator or office park, or kind of like, there has to be a progression of how the entrepreneur able to look at that. And I think lastly, we have many amazing businesses that we've seen that comes in the township now, but we have lesser scale up businesses that we need because we don't have as many examples, but also it's also so difficult to scale up the businesses now. We need to celebrate our local heroes. We need to be proud of what we have. We need, as much as like we see that is not probably one of kind of like pop stars now, but those individuals that do business in township are our heroes. They create employment. They deal with, in terms of like, create wealth for themselves. So those are kind of things that we have to make sure that as part of township, we support each other in that regard.
Thank you so much for that, Luvuyo. So many great points that came out of that. Gosh, so there's another business opportunity there. So instead of doing crime, open up your own, security company and support the communities that you operate in. And I'm glad you mentioned that, Luvuyo. I remember growing up in Limpopo, in Liboahomo, we did not lock doors when we were sleeping at night. And now I go to the same home and it's changed. And I think we need to, change that mindset and protect our own rather than go the other direction. You mentioned, and this, and I guess I'm going to actually ask this as the next question. It was not in my initial questions, but this whole idea around scale, it keeps coming up, and to integration. You mentioned moving from your bedroom to a mall and paying the rent. There is a lot of integration, be it integration into the big corporates or integration within us as township entrepreneurs. How do we all work together to have one rental place in the mall instead of having 10 stores? Where is this collaboration? And I'm going to take the next question to you, Andile, and say, is there room for, and what are some of the things we can do?
Thanks.
Andile, we can't hear you. I think your connectivity. We'll come back to Andile. I will go back to you, Lesedi, and say and ask my next question. Hi, Andile, are you back?
Yeah, I can hear you now from my end. I don't know
all right. Yeah. Perfect. We can hear you now.
Oh, okay. No,
yeah.
Thank you.
Perfect.
I don't know what's wrong with my network this morning, and it's even worse that I'm having a national special channel meeting now at 11 for BMF. I hope it's not going to be problematic. But quickly, my assertion was the economy of our country is supposed to be reflective of the demographic of its citizens. Now, let's use another example in the panel. You have Exaro. Exaro is a business that came through the policies of government in the mining space, but they have since built themselves to be a formidable mining entity, which is transitioning to even becoming an energy business. Now, I don't want Black people to think smaller than the scale and the size of businesses of Exaro's magnitude when they are building businesses. all what needs to be done, let's look at the example of the collapsing state-owned enterprises. And I can bet you, I'll use an example of SAA and ESCOM. SAA is a strategic business that is almost still monopolistic in our economy, considering the roots that they had. And if that business has obviously been run down by a very ineffective government, as you see it, but if that business were to be given to Black entrepreneurs, higher than general partners, not on a 41, 49% with white ownership. If you want pilots and people that knows how to run an aviation, maybe they can take 10%, but 90% of that business should be in the hands of Black people, and maybe the state then retain some equity. But if you were to use that example of SAA, then when you are entering Black people into the economy, you're not entering them at the level of the survivalist SMME environment that everybody is preaching. An SMME in Germany is $100 million business or 100 million euro business. Here in South Africa, you must sell fed cooks in some train station to be seen as an SMME. I'm not saying that people can't run survivalist business, but the attitude and the mindset that we should build as entrepreneurs, even in the township and rural villages, is that we want the stake and the pie of our own economy, because it's supported by us as consumers, it's supported by us as workers, and it's supported by us as the government, because we vote that government that is in office now. Now, if you were to take that example of SAA and you transfer it to the ESCOM case, where there are power stations there that are dying, coal power stations that are dying, it's easy to do a transaction with Exaro and some Black entrepreneurs that can have access to capital, and access to capital is always, and I don't like this attitude that people think access to capital is have a color. It does have a color, but when you then clearly define the returns that are going to be made, believe me, the banks and other people will queue up to finance you. And in fact, we can even legislate the issue of having access to capital through the Regulation 28, where Black entrepreneurs can be part of a category of assets under management that needs the asset managers that needs to keep. If we say 5% of every assets that you hold, the 5% of that must be invested in Black entrepreneurs, then you'll have a flash of cash or capital that is accessible to Black entrepreneurs. But then government creates an environment where you say the power station Hendrina that has a 25-year span, and you find engineering equipment in Germany or wherever to overhaul that and give it another 20-year span. Then you say Exaro with your certain grade of coal at certain prices, supply these guys so that these guys buy this power plant from ESCOM and manage it themselves and sell electricity to ESCOM at this price. And all of that can be put in a structuring of a deal, the assumptions being made, the IRRs predicted, and everybody would have funding, but you will have a proper Black business in the economy, not somebody that must have a truck to pull coal from this power station to that power station, which is fine, but as a Black business, because we have to start somewhere. But some of us have to be graduated by the state to get into other levels. The companies like the IT company, what is that company of Tetonyat as a CEO, all those companies were backed by white apartheid. NASPAS is there because they were backed by white apartheid government, SAB, Anglo, all of them. They have since used the capital and favor in the market to build themselves as formidable business. ABSA, Sanlam, all of them, they had advantages that were given to them by a system that was benefiting a handful few people. And lastly, Mamet, I don't believe that Black people can't have their own innovative businesses. After you have structured the economy and to create an enabling environment for Black people to thrive, then naturally, by virtue of the capital that would be in Black hands, you would start finding, even now, you find innovative Black people that are developing apps and everything else. Now, if you were to integrate those apps to an MTN, for instance, and those apps goes to Apple stores and all of those things to serve the Africa, to serve the world, it's easy to do that, but it starts with the state creating an environment that Black people would be properly educated first. You have the exiles that are beneficiary of the economy, of the current economic dispensation, gold, and all of those. You let them and allow them, not allowing just their own efforts, but you enable them to be more in delivering to Black people opportunities. You anchor the Black opportunities to exile. That's what this BE was meant to be. It was not meant to us enlisting individuals as billionaires and this and that. It was meant to create our own capital, our own Black bourgeoisies that would then effectively be the so-called patriotic bourgeoisies that would then create opportunities for other Black people. Now they've assimilated, they want to live like whites. They don't understand the opportunity and the responsibility that they carry. It's only Exaro and one of the other too few companies that does any of the impact in the economy that we need. And that can't be. You can't be a beneficiary of BE. Polo runs an ITF, and she has created a lot of opportunities for Black people. But when we went to Treasury and asked Treasury on the funding, that the 200 billion stimulus package, to say, give it to Polo as well, some of it, because they know Black entrepreneurs that they support. Treasury didn't do that. And Polo can come up now and tell you how many of her entrepreneurs that she was funding in her business that went under because they couldn't have stimulus package. And because the state of Black people doesn't understand that there's a need to fund these Black people, they must fend off. You can't tell Black banks, colleagues, we must be honest, Luvuyo, you are an entrepreneur here. You can't tell banks to distribute 200 million. Who do banks give money to? Do banks give money to Black people? If you were to go to an ABSA book, how much of Black entrepreneurs are borrowed money by ABSA? And then you think that you are stimulating, that stimulating economy, it means you are more preoccupied as a state in the survivalist of white business so that Black people can be waiters and cashiers in them. That's all you are interested in. And yet there's a Polo, there's many of the smaller institutions like ITF, intermediaries that are directly supporting Black entrepreneurs, and you don't give them money to help. NEF was not funded, ITC was not given stimulus, CIFA was not given stimulus packages. None of them were integrated and considered in that stimulus package, and yet you give it to the banks to administer, and then the banks reject you and tell you no. In fact, we have no confidence in these entrepreneurs that we have. We're not going to give them money, even though they've been extracting interest and fees from them for many, many years, and banking fees from them for many, many years. They distribute 18 billion. Where, then tell me, in every other established economy, where then are those businesses today? They are gone, dead, finished. Thanks, Mamed.
Wow, that was a mouthful, and you touched on a lot of extremely critical points there, Andile. I mean, this whole survivalist mentality. And I guess, I mean, you know, when I look at ESD as well, and I guess sometimes BEE, we have to start somewhere, yes, but why are we always at the bottom of the pyramid when getting the crumbs when everything is done? Why are we not integrated into the bigger parts where the money, the pool of the money is, and the survivalist mentality? But it's also hard, you know, and I'll speak as an entrepreneur as well, to think super big when you still have a backyard and a home to feed. And I guess most township entrepreneurs find themselves there. So we need to assist in, you know, changing that narrative to say, how do we actually make you part of proper supply chain, not just because Black, but because you can actually support those businesses. And then you mentioned another thing around the Anglos and the big businesses of today. I mean, we once did a study and which showed that the IDCs, the Industrial Development Corporation, was the biggest funder to all of these businesses. Your Anglos, your Sasols, all of those came from someone taking a bet on Afrikaans entrepreneurs. We need to actually talk about that. How do we actually make this money work for us? So our next township in Imbizo will be around the funding, and I think this will be an extremely important point. And going back into this funding again, using the same channels will not get us different results. As you mentioned, in the instance of IDF, where they have the distribution channels to the right entrepreneurs. And I guess this again will come up on the session on funding, because one of the biggest challenges, we access to capital. Well, capital is available in South Africa, but access to it should be looked at in more innovative ways. And using different distribution channels to entrepreneurs. If you're sitting in ABSIP, you probably do not know, sorry, not ABSIP, but I'm just saying any bank or, traditional banks, FNB, Nedbank, you probably do not know, access to your township entrepreneur. And in fact, I would love to challenge all those big banks to say, show us what township entrepreneurs you're supporting, because you cannot use the same mindset to fund them. And if not, then let's give that money to other people who know how to deal with those channels. Lesedi, I'm going to come to you and say, obviously you've done a lot of work in this space. What are some of the things that big corporates should do to support the township economy? And again, in this whole theme that we're coming out with now of scale and integration.
Yeah. So my comment is actually weird. I agree with majority of what Andile had said, but I also think us as entrepreneurs, and I'm not a township entrepreneur per se, but I am a Black entrepreneur. The biggest thing is we don't understand what we kind of have to put forward to get access to funding. For example, I really feel in South Africa, and it's going to sound so controversial to everybody else here, is that I do believe the funding exists. A lot of it exists. In fact, corporates struggle to find new businesses to pour money into because the businesses are not yet ready, or they are not coming forward with the proposition that makes sense to the business. So for me, one point that Sandile touched on was it's very important to understand the legislative and compliance environment of an organization, because then you know how to feed into it. Then you know what sanctions can apply to you. Then you know how to kind of navigate your deal. For example, I'll give you a few things in the BBBE codes that are beneficial for corporates, and they're always looking for those kinds of statements within people who come and apply for funding. For example, there is an advantage to giving a Black-owned enterprise 3 years of business. They get a bigger procurement score, and they get more recognition on enterprise and supply development. That's one. Paying a Black supply within 15 days is another sanction that BEE provides that gives corporate some kind of benefit. In addition to the enterprise development, which can be grants and whatever, in addition to supply development, the biggest thing I feel is that we don't understand the corporate environment well enough to know how to navigate around it. Also, to let the corporate know this is where you could potentially think of using this kind of funding when it comes to my business. Another thing is, I think we focus too much on being given cash. Sometimes you don't need cash, you need a laptop. Ask the corporate for a laptop. You need staff. Ask the corporate to give you labor. There's other ways in which you can make up capital or build capital. And in some cases, like Luvuyo said, ask for rent. I am not, for example, where my office is, I don't pay the full rent that a normal business pays. They are aware that they have to allow Black businesses to be able to enter certain spaces, so they reduce the fees. It's just about the conversations that you have with the different corporates that you engage with that will give you the results that you want. And even to just one more point, to Luvuyo, there is a sanction in the way they fund schools called the LTSM budget, where they do actually allocate a portion that does apply to e-learning, which you can go directly to the school, ask them to reach into that budget to be able to do the work that you do, for example. There are so many sanctions. We just have to stretch the mind, apply the mind, and maybe consult with people who have potentially played with some of these budgets to know what you go to a corporate with or what you go and say to a corporate to be able to access some of it. Because I do believe it's there. We just don't know how to access it. We don't know how to say the right things to be able to get it. Thank you.
No, listen, I'm not going to let you go because you raised an extremely important point. One that I think we should explore further. I mean, I'm a township entrepreneur here in Khayelitsha. I think I'm on to something. How do I equip myself to explore these opportunities? Do we perhaps need some of these, be it funders, be it corporates, to support programs where companies, where they, individuals could go into townships and educate our entrepreneurs about what is available out there? Because I mean, sometimes it really is inability to even see beyond where you are, right? So what can we do here? I think you're onto something.
Yes.
Help me out.
So I do believe that there needs to be almost an educational reboot when it comes to enterprise development funding and supply development funding. Definitely a reboot. But also we need corporates to be forthright in saying, look, we can't do business with you because you are at this particular point. If we can help you and develop you to get to this point, you can then become a supplier, which a lot of corporates do. It's sad to say, but I do siphon a lot of money out of them and pour it back into Black entrepreneurs. Not necessarily even me, but some of the ones that I work with, where they have been able to scale and they have been able to grow because of just that additional knowledge. So because I'm a BE consultant now, your question is so loaded, you have no idea. I know how to apply to every sector code. I've got like thousands of methods in which people can kind of fit themselves in. But I need context of the business, I need context of your space, your clients, and so on. But that reboot has to happen where people should at least know these sanctions exist at a basic level, be taught how to access some. And when you need it, you can always email me. I always tell people email. I take long to respond, but mail, we might find something that works. We might find a corporate we can kind of match you to. So I do think, Mamiki, a company like yours should potentially look into that kind of educating people to be able to access funding, but also speak to people who talk to corporates about this kind of funding, which is majority BE consultants, skills development consultants. This is what we do. The corporates come to us and say, listen, we've got this compliance objective. How do we best meet it? Some consultants take the money and filter it to their own enterprise and supply development VCs. That's fine, that's their thing. Others actually go out looking for the different businesses and develop them to be able to meet the supply chain of the corporate business, the sponsor business. So there's very creative ways around this. We need a lot more education around this. I believe the money's there. I don't have such a negative or pessimistic view on it. I believe it's there, and I believe it's like pouring out. It's just about, do we have all the hands to receive?
Yes, and I like that. And I see there's a hand in the crowd here. And I also see 3 hands. Wow. I know that our session needs to close in 7 minutes, but I think this is worth exploring. Please bear with me as the program director. So our president will have to bear with me and our next panelist. So the questions on the floor, I'll open it up. Please state your name and your business, if you do have a business, and your question. Thank you very much.
Hi. What's on? So hi guys, my name is Letabo Mukwen.
If maybe you can come this side so that,
Oh.
yeah, we can see you. Perfect.
Oh, can you see me?
Yeah.
When I'm here. So my name is I don't know where I should look, but my name is Letao Mukwena. So this is my second month in Cape Town. I run a business in Joburg. I have a shop in Davidson, which is a township where I'm from. I have a shop in Soweto. I run a sneaker cleaning business, and I just opened a shop in Canal Walk. So I think for me, more than a question, it's a comment on the disconnect, because I just heard Leslie now, Leslie just speak about how there's a lack of information on how corporate is looking for these businesses, but they're not compliant. You know, I think there's a disconnect there where corporate has an idea of who they want to fund, but that's not what's actually happening on the ground. For example, when we are entrepreneurs on the ground, we don't deal with corporate. Corporate does this thing of sending agencies to us where they have their ESD, I don't know, specialist or whatever, who is outsourced to come and speak to us and give us laptops. Do you know what I'm saying? I think corporate does this thing of wanting to meet all of us at the same level. I started my sneaker cleaning business in the backyard, and I have 4 shops. And I was fortunate enough, because I'm from varsity, I didn't need a laptop at that time. I needed systems. You know, I needed systems who are gonna allow me to run my HR. And like you were saying now, let's we like, I need labor, I need rental, I need all of this. But I think my comment is really on the disconnect that's currently there on the ground between corporate and the actual entrepreneurs, because you just spoke now on the survivalist mentality. How are we going to snap out of that mentality when people are not helping us to survive in the first place? People look at ladies who sell cigarettes at the corners and all of those things, and it's almost like it's unimaginable for that person to be under an ESD program. When are you looking for the product or for the entrepreneur, for the horse or the jockey? You know, I think corporate really needs to look into that, into the modeling of that. So that's my first comment. And I think my second question to Leslie is, what is corporate doing to develop these entrepreneurs to come into those enterprise development programs? Because another thing about ESD is that it's such a big word for township entrepreneurs. We don't even know about that. You know, that's why when Celebro told me, I was like, okay, let me actually go there and listen, because I know so many other township entrepreneurs, but now ESD has become an elitist thing where you have to know people, you have to be like Letab and be from UJ or whatever, where I've known entrepreneurs in the township who are currently doing a bar a year, but don't know about ESD and all of those things. So now also, that's why my next question is about accessibility. How are you guys making ESD accessible and not an exclusive conversation? Because it shouldn't be an exclusive conversations. We literally live in places where it's a township, it's an industrial site. Where are those guys' budgets going to? The ESD people. Stop giving us the canteens and all of those things. Give us the real meat, you know. So those people who are in the industrial sites, those factories, where are their ESD budgets going to? How do we not know that they have ESD budgets? You know, so I think for me, my next question is, what is corporate doing to make that conversation, just a conversation? This is amazing. That's why I came, because now it unlocks the conversation. But I'm from Davidson. This has never happened in Davidson. I have a shop in Soweto. I've never been part of conversations that speak about ESD in Soweto. So thank you.
Wow, there is a lot, Litabo, and thank you for sharing. And I think, you know, and I'm so glad that you shared, because for the most part, these conversations, we've been asked and challenged that it sounds like, you know, it's certain people and all these, Cape Town people having the conversation rather than being on the ground and talking to their entrepreneurs. I almost want to put a challenge out there, because we're here to craft solutions rather than just chat, right? We don't just want to chat and then there's no solutions. From your conversation, which also came from Leslie, there's this disconnect between township entrepreneurs and corporates. One, I want to challenge, BEE entrepreneurs and consultants and ED consultants such as yourself, Lesedi, to go and have these conversations with the corporates to say, give us a budget, we will go out and talk to township entrepreneurs and we'll tell you what they want. The other thing that I wanted to touch on is the fact that we always look at this as from survivalists, but we are that economy that the corporates are making their money from. Township economy has more than 300 billion. Let's wake up. That's our money that corporates are earning. So it needs to come and work for us. So that's the first challenge I was going to put, that the disconnect about township entrepreneurs and corporates. Someone needs to actually step up and come into townships, and perhaps we ask some of these DFIs. They're the ones who are telling us that they want to give money in townships and there's no entrepreneurs. Perhaps they need to give, incubators and BE consultants money to come into townships and engage. And perhaps this word ESD needs to be changed. I don't know. Can't we find an accessible word for it that I can relate to as my major in the township? Maybe we need to change it. Let's find a word that works for us. I mean, like you said, I had to learn what ESD is, and most of us still don't know what ESD is. Think about someone now who is sitting somewhere out there and needs to have access to this. Now, so the two challenges is this incubation, corporates giving money for going to understand how township entrepreneurs, what township entrepreneurs want, and what are some of the things that they need. I will take our next question from the floor. Before I do, I think after this I might have to, I still have time, so we can play. We have 3 questions, yeah.
Good morning, madam. My name is Carl Lotter, and I'm from an organization called South African Small Medium Enterprises Federal Associations, which is a platform for people to speak about these topics. I thoroughly agree with my previous friend here who spoke about and what you say. I have 2 simple things to say, I hope. One is all this talk about corporate and township is about a relationship.
Yeah.
And one of the things of the relationship that we often don't want to talk about is that when a corporate official meets township proprietor, the corporate official is an employee following a policy and gets paid every month. The township proprietor is the owner of his own business. He takes all the risks and he's building the market. I want to give you 2 examples. A few years ago, this was brought to my attention. Woolworths lady appeared to interview some suppliers. And so they were all sitting in a row, almost like in a hospital, waiting to go in. And there she arrived, tall, black suit, black stockings, patent shoes, clipboard, Bachelor of Social Science, UCT. And she is the employee that's got to now choose a supplier. And she sat there going through about 6 or 7 suppliers. And then she went to see her boss. And he said, "Whom have you chosen?" And she said, "I haven't chosen anybody. They're all so good." Is she ready to do that interviews? Is she ready to? I was also told that at ShopRite, there was a buyer who had to interview somebody from the township here in Cape Town who was making candles. And she said to him, "Your candles are not up to standard." She was about a 45-year-old woman. I don't think she's got matric. She's a buyer and she's married. And she said, "But you're so passionate about it." She said, "Your product, come, let me take you to the warehouse and show you what we buy. These are all the candles that we buy from China and from other places." That chap has today a supplier to ShopRite for candles.
Wow.
But Woolworths didn't get a supplier. It's all about this relationship. I can't stress enough, when you walk in and you've got a policy that you're carrying out for some board of directors out there, you also got to look after your job. You got to get points so that you can get a bonus. But this man is only wanting to pay his creditors and his bond and his rent That's all he wants to do as a result of this transaction. So we must get the relationship right. And ma'am, you said it absolutely rightly. All the power, economic power, seems to be with the corporates. But they cannot grow if they don't grow the market. So what you've been saying about going in there reminds me of being trained as a Sunday school teacher when I was told, you must start where the children are. You don't come in there with heavy theological statements. You start with where the children are. And I think we overburden our SMEs with too much theory and stuff. We need to go and sit with it. Of course, we've got a weak link. Our weak link is lead, and our weak link is the municipality. But we've got to go in there and start where they are, not where the corporate is, not where BA social science or BCom understanding is. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. That was extremely, I loved the whole point around that relationship. And without that relationship, most people do not have that business. How do we become catalysts for these relationships? That is probably another question we need to ask ourselves. There's another question on the floor.
Thank you very much, Mama. My name is Fezek Amavuso. I'm the manager of the Khayelitsha Penwithpan. Mine is not a question, but a challenge to corporate out there. Mr. Rani mentioned the challenge of progression from operating from your garage to a mall. And Mr. Nomlala also mentioned the issue of coordinated effort from government side and also corporate to ensure that these SMMEs, they do succeed. My comment is that we have got spaces like the Khayelitsha Penwithpan that are supporting the township SMMEs. Before COVID, we had more than 20 SMMEs that were occupying the co-working space within the Khayelitsha Penwithpan. Unfortunately, during the lockdown, we have lost some, and currently we've got about 8 that are still surviving. The challenge to the corporate, what are they doing to support these SMMEs? Instead of coming with duplicate programs, they come with their own ideas, they come and want to establish their own hubs, whereas there are already resources that are on the ground, that understand the township economy, that understand the local SMMEs, but they will come with their own programs, want to establish their own hubs. But if they were collaborating with what is already existing on the ground, and also in terms of funding and supporting these SMMEs through the lockdown and those that have been affected by this lockdown, why don't they work with us on the ground to ensure that we support those SMMEs to qualify or to comply with their requirements? I will make an example with City. We've got a program that we are running with SIFA, where we are assisting SIFA with the local SMMEs. Currently here at the Khayelitsha Penwithpan, there are 11 SMMEs that have been identified that will get some grant from SIFA. SIFA could not do that on their own, but SIFA is working with City, Cape Innovation Technology Initiative, of which Khayelitsha Ban is part of. They are working with us. We are not only giving them money, we are giving them money, we're giving them mentorship, some financial mentorship, some technical support. We're giving them office space, which is what we need as the local SMMEs, that kind of support. But if these initiatives are not coordinated and the corporate is not coming to play, my challenge is to the corporate, what are they doing to support these initiatives that are already in existence that need their financial injection? Thank you.
Wow, that is such an important point, because I don't think corporates can actually do this without working with people who are on the ground. So we need coordinated efforts and collaboration. And I guess another challenge to corporates please work with people on the ground that already know what they're doing. Let's not rehash what already exists. Thank you so much, Ma. And I guess you mentioned something about funding. It keeps coming back this point. And I guess maybe for our next Imbizo, we need to think about this carefully. How do we create, support or distribution channels that have been successful and are innovative in distributing capital to the township economy? So perhaps for our next session, we must actually think about that. I've been told that I need to wrap up. Okay, there's another question.
There's a question online here that says, is there a list of specific services that are targeted for funding?
Is there a list of specific services that are targeted for funding? Does anybody want to take that on our panel? I see Lisedi disappeared. I was going to give you that one.
No, so there are lists that do exist. Again, they are filtered through BE consultants, ESD consultants, and places like Capacity. I do work with Capacity quite a bit. The other lady just mentioned it now. They are on those lists for specific services, but all of them are industry specific. Remember when I said there are so many sector codes that we deal with, that there are different lists or priority skills or priority services and products that they are looking for, but they are industry specific. So it's about tapping into the industry that you want to participate in, tapping into the sector code that you want to participate in, and then going from there. But they do exist.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to go back to you, Sandile. I know you've been quiet for a bit. Is there room for collaboration in this whole assisting entrepreneurs grow? And I guess I'm asking this question because from an Exaro point of view, you might be supporting a particular entrepreneur, but for the sustainability of such an entrepreneur, they need to probably be talking to the neighboring mines so that they have that scale. Is there room for collaboration within corporates in these ESD efforts? And is Exaro doing anything on that? And then once you've answered that, please also give your closing remarks because we'll be wrapping up.
No problem. No, thanks. And thank you again. I thoroughly enjoyed the discussion and listening for a change. I've learned a lot, and I'm hoping we can take some of these conversations forward. And and certainly this speaks to the point of collaboration. As an organization, we understand that our resources are limited. Our capabilities are limited. So you have to collaborate. We have to collaborate with other industry players, in terms of diversifying the supply chain opportunities that are there. You have to collaborate with regulators. You have to collaborate with other funding institutions to maximize the funding that may be provided, and also to de-risk, the funding. So we've been approached from time to time by funding institutions who want to go through match funding arrangements. So when we share the risk, it's in everyone's best interest to do so. We have to collaborate with academic institutions, training providers, because we are not in the business of training. We're in the business of creating value for our stakeholders. So we have to collaborate. So it's a no-brainer. But I think with that being the case, I do want to maybe share some closing remarks to also agree with most of the panelists. In my contention, and perhaps it's at the risk of repetition, but I have to state this. I don't think there's a shortage of financial capital in the South African market. I think there's a lot of money going around. To a large extent, I would agree that there's perhaps a market, asymmetry between those who need the funding and those who've got the funding, but the funding is there. In my contention, I think the biggest challenge that we have, and I think one of the earlier speakers spoke to it, and I want to just relate it back to the key theme of this conversation, is that I don't think the conversation should be about the township economy. I think the conversation should be about the South African economy and how do you build businesses of value and scale, whether they're in the township and they're in the village or they're in Sandton or Cape Town. Yes, certainly there is a broader socio-economic context in that you've got two divergent economies, and obviously the first and the second economy need to be integrated. But I think to your point, and you've kept on raising this issue about how do we create business of scale. If we're going to talk about businesses of scale, we then need to talk about how do we create businesses that are not only competitive, in terms of the township or even the Western Cape, but reality need to be globally competitive. And that's really the tough conversation. If we want the pie to grow, we need to, we need to create businesses that can compete with the best in the world. And that's a tough conversation. And to a large extent, I think there is a bit of misalignment in terms of the policy landscape, in terms of how those kind of conversations are enabled. And to give you an example, and sorry to introduce a new subject, but the whole idea of ESD that you're referring to is also a limitation, because what the ESD codes do is that they say you can fund an SMME up to 50 million. Beyond that, or you're no longer an ESD beneficiary. But in the global context, what is 50 million really? It's still a small business. So these are just some of the nuanced issues that we need to really look at to say, if we really want to create businesses of scale and substance, how do we align policy and practice and ensure that these kind of challenges are addressed? And the last aspect I just wish to address as part of my closing remarks, and I think it's quite fitting that we discuss this in the context of an event organized by ABSIP and with the organizations like the BMF on the line. I think the biggest aspect for me that we need to address is the issue of social capital, right? How do we create, really properly led and capacitated Black institutions in our communities that can be able to, organize Black businesses, organize Black people around, a shared set of values. And why I'm raising this, I think there's a speaker earlier on who spoke about criminality, and crime. And I don't think we must shy away from this, that it's really costly to do business in our townships. And the lack of proper, properly capacitated and value-based institutions in some of our communities makes it extremely difficult for Black businesses to thrive. And I want to make an example. In our environment, we deal with a situation wherein part of the challenges we have is how to enable Black businesses to grow from their first contract to their second contract. But you typically find a situation where if Liseli's business has been given a contract for 3 years, the very same community will say, well, Liseli, who is now capacitated, no, Sandile, don't give her a second contract. Now it's my chance, and these are typically some of the attitudes that are prevalent in our communities that we need to really deal, quite frankly, with them, about them, and find a way to address them. And to that point, even one of the conversations I want to leave the panel or the speakers to really reflect on is how do we make money circulate within the township economy, right? So notwithstanding that there are corporates at play, but the 300 billion rand that you've spoken about should be money that is circulating within our economies and communities. So once Exaro has placed a contract with, say, supplier X, whom does supplier X then purchase its goods and services from? And that's where the leakages comes in, because you get a Black company that's given a contract, but instead of buying its secondary goods and services or tier 2 goods and services from another Black company, then the money then leaks out of the economy again. So I think these are very complex problems, and I think these conversations will certainly help in creating the space and at least an element of understanding. But I think in my final assessment, I think, yes, we need corporates, yes, we need funding, but the solution, at least in my contention, lies in creating credible, value-based Black social institutions in our communities that can be able to create the kind of social capital that is quite prevalent in other more developed economies, where these kind of small businesses can survive and thrive and operate at scale. And thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to hearing from other panelists.
Thank you so much, Sandile. Wow, so many. I was trying to type as quickly as I can. I hope I captured all of the points. But I think what is starting to show is that this is probably not the last conversation around ESD. You can't do this in an hour. So I mean, we will think about it as ABSIP on how we could take this forward. I'm looking at Madam President over there, and she's nodding. So yeah, we need to actually find a way to take this forward. This is not a once-off conversation. But what I got from you, Sandile, is around ultimately you should see yourself as that township entrepreneur. And I know sometimes it's hard, but you're not just trying to build a business in your township or in your rural area. It must go to your province, to your country, and probably globally. So, we must all stop thinking small. We are able to do big things. We always have been able to do big things. I reflected on when I was growing up, NAVCOC, those were Black entrepreneurs that made absolutely amazing things in the townships and beyond, under difficult circumstances. The second one was around scale, this whole idea of scale. How do we build sustainable businesses? And the fact that, enterprise development perhaps is also limiting, because once a company reaches 50 million, they might stop being supported. And 50 million, it sounds like a lot of money, but really it's not if you're trying to build a sustainable, huge business. And corporates, a challenge to corporates. Once you start using an entrepreneur, don't stop using them because you've given them 3 years. Why is it that there are other white-owned businesses within your supply chain that have been there forever just because they have a niche? So why don't you actually provide long-term solutions into these companies? And at the last point, which I mean, I think this was critical to say, credible. We need to create credible Black social institutions within our communities. And again, this goes back into what we already spoke about around incubation, providing that funding. And to me, in my closing remarks, I want to include something to corporates around supporting these township entrepreneurs. I'll hand over to you, Andile, for your closing remarks. I know Andile has an 11 o'clock. I don't know whether he's still with us. Okay, we might have lost Andile. I know he had an 11 o'clock. So Luvuyo, I'll come to you. And by the way, everybody out there, Luvuyo's business is called Silulo. And please, we're at 60,000 employees, but we need to, 60,000 trained individuals. I'm almost confident that we can get that to hundreds of thousands, really, with the support. I mean, I'm putting the challenge to anybody out there to bring more business to you.
It's been awesome session. Thank you so much for ABSIP. I mean, from a Kailicha being part here, it really means a lot. I mean, it's not just like a talk, it's really part of the seriousness now. People like us that works in the space that, want to kind of see so much happening, because we see energy. Yeah. We see so much in terms of what's in terms of So for me, I think as you talk about now, so as part of Silulo now, we are in a space where we evolve now to change our centers to create a job center and the business centers across the township now. So we're sitting at 46. The plan next 7 years, it's 300 store in all the township. I could see you talk about Limpopo, we are coming, inland, that's part of and we on the space now. All of this years, it's been kind of self-funded business through part of part of the different partners, even from us now. So now we're opening up now for funding to make sure that we enable now. Because I think as much as we talk about scale, I think something that probably I'll take it when scale is not an easy thing. Yeah. Not every business can scale. We must accept that. Not just to say that, because it takes systems, process, structures, and there's so much that goes in terms of that now. But I think something that we need more scaling business in this country, because they create employment, they have kind of much more impact now. But what I see in the township areas, I see so much energy. I see so much innovation. I see so much, young, gifted entrepreneur who give it all to make sure that they see the space going forward. Now, I think through these initiatives and many more, it allows us the space now. So that ecosystem that instead of like, I'm kind of like, I want to say that as a Black entrepreneur, you are on your own now. So that becomes a space where we have to realize now we have to collaborate and we have to work together and we have to see abundance in everything, because the challenges that we find in us are the opportunity for businesses to see them and make sure that we create wealth, we make money, and then we change the structure now. But I think more than anything, thank you. It's been an honor to be invited to be part of the session.
Thank you so much, Luvuyo. It's been such a privilege being on stage with you. I mean, we don't have much human interaction, so it's so nice to actually see people and feel the energy in the room. And of course, we're all distancing and using our sanitizers. So what I'm picking up from you, and I think I like that you're going to change to creating more jobs in townships. And please, I'll give you my neighborhood in Liwahomu there. Please come through. But one other thing you mentioned, which is extremely important and perhaps another challenge to people listening in, is that we need, and spoken like a true IT person, we need an ecosystem. And perhaps it's not even physical, right? Perhaps we need an app that all the DFIs can come into, entrepreneurs can dial into, corporates can dial into, and you can get opportunities from it. I don't know what that thing could be, but it sounds like there needs to be an ecosystem and relationship building. I think one of the individuals in the crowd mentioned about, building that relationships. Yeah, and now I'll take it to you, Lesedi. Closing remarks.
It's so hard to follow up what Sandile said, because being the last guy to speak, everybody's stolen the points. So now I would just like to thank ABSIP for the opportunity to speak to all the participants. And just on that app, there is somebody who's already DM'd me, who is actually attending the conference, who believes he has built this. So let's see where that goes. We'll come back with more information. But thank you to all the panelists. And the biggest thing, guys, reboot your mind, reboot your education when it comes to enterprise and supply development. And if you can't think outside of your own box, I've sent around my email here. Give us a try. Let's see if we can help you think outside of your own box, and let's see what we can do together. But there's definitely money out there, without a doubt.
I like that. We should never forget that there's a lot of money out there. We need to just access it. So to my panelists, Lesedi Lulwana, CEO of Tsatsile, Sandile Kumalo, Head of Enterprise Development at Exaro, Andile Namlala in his absence, CEO of BMF, and Luvuyo Rani at Silulo. I must practice my Silulo. Okay, yeah. Thank you so much for this opportunity to spend time with you. I'm just going to wrap up and do one other thing. So we had a poll that was running. There were 3 questions that were asked. The first question is, are we innovative enough in how we think about potential channels of funding into township entrepreneurs? It was overwhelming. So 24% said yes, 59% said absolutely no, and then 17 says maybe. So I guess, if we add up those maybes and the no's, we are not being innovative in the space. The second question was, is there a disconnect between how corporate community perceives township entrepreneurs through their ESG programs and the challenges that township entrepreneurs face on a day-to-day of their operations? And to this question, 87% of the attendees, or those who took the poll, think there is a disconnect between corporates and township entrepreneurs. The last one is there optimal collaboration between key industry players such as corporates, regulators, government, to ensure that the entire value chain is holistically addressed? Only 6% said yes, 83% said no, and 11% said maybe. So we have a lot of challenges going forward. In my closing, and I think this kind of ties very well into what I wanted to say in my closing, and we want to actually, I mean, we are here about creating opportunities and ensuring that we're not a talk shop. So the first challenge is to corporates. I want to give a corporate a challenge. One, retailers, please do secure your food from our local farmers. Please do not tell us about the fact that they do not meet your standards. Teach them, show them, work with them. It is actually better for your business because it actually does decrease your own costs. Two, we need coordinated efforts. So collaboration around funding, around entrepreneurs. If there's anybody out there who wants to create an app that can connect all these parties, please do tell us about it and talk to us as ABSIP about it. We would be keen to engage. And then the third is this disconnect between township entrepreneurs and corporates. Another challenge that I want to put to corporates is that we need capital for incubators and enterprise and BE consultants to go out into communities to understand what the township entrepreneurs challenges are. And trust me, it is not a nice to have for your business, because that information is critical for your own business. So it's not like you're doing township entrepreneurs any favors. And lastly, we keep talking about the fact that there is lots of money out there. Next session we'll be talking about funding. But the challenge that I want to give to the DFIs and banks out there that are listening in, and I guess government as well, let us stop using the traditional ways to channel funding to township entrepreneurs. We need innovative funding channels. They do exist. I was going to name a company, but unfortunately, we're not here to endorse any companies. So I'm looking at the owner of the company. But there are innovative funders out there that have proven themselves and delivered returns. Use those distribution channels that are innovative and successful to allocate capital that you want to give to township entrepreneurs. Everybody, thank you so much. I've had so much fun in this. There's so much energy in this session. So I would like to thank our panelists one more time. Thank you for joining in. Thank you to everybody who has attended in this room. And thank you to everybody who is listening in. Thank you. We're now going to take a 15-minute break. And then we'll be back into our next session. So we're taking a tea break. Thank you. We are at 4 minutes to 11. So we shall start again at 10 past 11. Yeah, thank you.
Hi everyone. Hello. Yeah.
Thanks.
That's been sanitized. Are you setting? Okay, fantastic. Is anybody joining you on stage? Yeah, someone joining. Okay, fantastic. We're going to put that on the on that microphone. Yeah, should be right. Yeah, doesn't matter. Sit on the middle one. That makes sense. Makes perfect sense. And you put that on there, and you can use that microphone with the sponge. What?
No, you do so the mics are for people online. Oh, okay. Hear you. But in here we just hear you. And how close to you? Someone. Just be loud.
Oh, shame. There's a guy I was meant to wear a garment that he produces called I am. Like I am. That's innovative. That's creative. Hello. Hello.
Is it okay? Lovely. All right. Are we looking are we good to kick off? And maybe let me just check out all the panelists. Maybe let's start with Lita. Are you good to kick off?
Hi, can you hear me?
Perfectly. Barbara?
All good. Can you hear me?
Lovely. Tracy?
Hi, good morning.
All good. Hilton?
Just to be one up on you, here's my hands-free. Hands-free. That's the hands-free. Just to go up on you on the mic thing. Cool stuff there.
Lovely. Lovely. And John?
Tabiso, I'm here, Tabiso, and good to go.
Great stuff. All right. I think we can kick off. Perfect. I think, thank you everyone for tuning in. And we're just about to kick off the second panel. And I've got the privilege of presenting this panel. And it's all about supply chains. And really how supply chains affect our township economy. Muleko, who really gave us what we all know, but simplified in a very simple way in this country is 11.6 million people, all right? Of which there's a whole FMCG sector that has benefited, right? And it's valued at 560 billion, right? Of which we have very little participation. And there's an informal sector valued at 160 billion, right? So there's a huge market, right, that exists. And, you know, when we start thinking about all the things that are consumed in our economy, right, and who are the producers of these things, and we started thinking about things like Coca-Cola, KFC, you know, Kiwi, Lucky Star, Dettol, who's making all those things, right? And unfortunately, the resounding answer in the room when you think about who is actually making all these goods that we are consuming, the answer you're going to get is big business. And it's big business, you know, not even in just the South African sense, but also in the international sense, okay? And now these companies have been allowed through various forms internationally to, you know, they've got economies of scale, and, you know, locally, you know, these companies have grown to stages where you just, if you're a township business, you just can't compete, okay? So really, you know, we brought subject matter experts to really discuss, you know, that issue, to say, I mean, we know that, you know, as a township business, you can't compete, and yet we're letting all these corporates come in and really, you know, dominate the industry. So what can we do to drive change in a meaningful way, such that our people can actually partake in the supply chain and actually provide for these goods that we're actually consuming? So on the panel, we've got some subject matter experts. We've got Lita Kuda, who's the Director of Enterprise and Supply Development at Tiger Brands. We've got, and Barbara, you'll excuse me for your surname, we've got Barbara Kopolevinsky, sorry about that, who's the Director of Entrepreneurship at SAB. She's representing Zoleka Lisa, who couldn't be here today. We have John Chabalala, who's he's an ExCo member on the ABSIP group. We have Sis Nondimiso Pikashe, who's here with me. She's the founder of Sis Figile Wines. We have Tracy Gilmore, who's the co-founder of the Clothing Bank. And then we have Hilton, you'll forgive me as well, Tiernison, who's the co-founder of Will Grow SA. So I'd like to welcome my panelists. And, you know, I think just for the audience out there, there's some really important stuff. We want this to really be a proactive discussion where we leave with solutions. And I'm going to encourage everyone, if you're an SMME who's listening online, there is a questionnaire form that's there for you. That questionnaire form is designed so that, you know, we can canvas exactly what the needs are, be it funding, be it business services, you know, whatever the need is. So please fill in the questionnaire. And then on the other side, if you are a corporate or an individual that's looking to pledge or assist any township business, be it a pledge of services or monetary pledge, there is a pledge form there that's online. So please also take some time, fill it in. And I guess without any further ado, I guess we can kick off. So really, my first question, and I think I'm gonna direct it to Lita, you know, because I'm thinking about Tiger Brands, which is obviously, it's just a massive business that produce, you know, lots of products that are consumed in South Africa. So if you think about Oros, maize meal, black cat, etc. And my question is very simple to say now, you know, what are you as Tiger Brands doing to assist these township businesses in entering the supply chain? And further, you know, I want you to, what are the impediments that exist, you know, that essentially prevent, you know, some township businesses from entering your supply chain? Over to you, Lita.
Okay, thank you. Firstly, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Really thank you to Polo for actually inviting me to be part of this panel and discuss very pertinent things. And also it's nice to see some comrades on the panel that I've worked for in my past, but also special mention to Sis Nondumiso. She is Umkaya, when we come from the same place. So unfortunately, I couldn't be in Cape Town. I would have loved, that's my hometown. So getting back to the question, so from Tiger Brands, I mean, I started the ESD office in Tiger Brands 3 years ago, right? And at the time, they actually did not have a ESD office. And one of the key things that we needed to do, because it's a foods company, was to focus on agriculture. Right, so most of our activities has been in agriculture. It's only pretty much this year that then the board started saying you've done good on agriculture. Let's start looking at developing entrepreneurs in the townships. So just to give a context, because this is where it becomes important for people to understand that when it comes to township development, there's 2 aspects to it that you can look at it. The first one is that you could actually enhance the consumption economy, which almost everyone is doing, right? The way that, for example, of coming through and supporting distributors that are distributing Tiger Brands program, right? Because distribution is a huge market. So if you look at that 160 billion rand that was mentioned, that's a consumption economy. It's not manufacturing economy. It's not producing things for the market. Right, so that needs to be understood in that context, that we have already launched now a distributor support program, and part of the big challenge that we've picked up just from a distribution was that many entrepreneurs, we will know in Township that there is a lot of foreign nationals that are actually dominating the space from a distribution perspective, is that when you look at the book of black and distributors within, it doesn't really matter even if it's Tiger Brands, you can look it across whether it's Coca-Cola and the other team and the other corporates. You'll find that 9 out of 10, they can't get credit finance for stock. They can't even get their hands on the stock. Secondly, they can't get rebates. And if you can't get rebates at discount, you can't compete. You get the product, but when you take it to trade, your pricing is just going to be off. Thirdly, there's issues around scale, in which one does the procurement of these things, which is why I know in the old days that NAFCOP tried to do buying cooperatives as a way of syndicating buying, because that's a big challenge, because if you can't get at scale, you can't get benefits of all these rebates. Therefore, you cannot be able to compete. Even if you look at what is happening currently in the township, that there's a lot of gig economy, that people are setting up apps to take product, they are facilitators. They don't own any assets. They have no risk, right? And the problem with that is that you're building an economy that has no assets that underpins the businesses. So at the end of the day, you are not building a balance sheet. And I've been saying to many black entrepreneurs who are in the tech space that you are overlaying technology below it, there is no, infrastructure that underpins that. And we all know that in Township, that many entrepreneurs in that space lack funding to put the infrastructure in place, whether it's logistical infrastructure, it's distribution. That's the first part. So we're pretty much sorting out the financial access and the financial inclusion in terms of people getting their hands to our stock. And we've approved the 10 million, and we are busy negotiating with CIFA because we want to increase it to be about 100 million rand. And we're going to make sure that they support in terms of technical support to support those entrepreneurs. But the second part, right, because the first part I've explained just covered the consumption economy. The second part really is the issue around manufacturing in townships, which is something that I think we should really be looking at, because the challenge is that nothing is made in townships. I can tell you now, no township entrepreneur can compete with guys that are listed as it is now, but they just don't have the access to capital. They don't have the scale and the skills. But what should be happening, they should be part of the value chain. So as much as Tiger Brands makes about 30 to 35 billion rand, we procure for 20 billion rand. The question is, where does that money go? So if you see a product of Tiger Brands in a shelf, there's so many service providers that have been involved in that production process. So by the time it comes out, we are really completing putting everything together. We need, there's packaging, right? There's raw material that goes into these products. And that are where the opportunities for township entrepreneurs to come in to say, how do you dissect the value chain and unpack what I would call smaller but big opportunities in the raw material space and start setting up light manufacturing into townships. Because it's only then that we are able then to start getting and galvanizing Black entrepreneurs in township to be able to be part of a value chain. It can't be that they want to come in to compete with the guys who are already there. They should be part of the value chain, be part of the 20 billion rand. I'm imagining, I mean, even from Barbara's side, from, you know, if you look at what you do at SAP, you've got that procurement component, right? Any other company has that procurement component because every product that we make, we have source inputs into those products. And unfortunately, many Black entrepreneurs are not even aware of what are those inputs that are being procured. As a result of not knowing, they are unable to actually participate and position themselves to be in the supply chain. And also later on, I'll cover the issue again about the secrecy around supply chain, which also makes it very difficult for Black entrepreneurs to come in.
If you don't mind, I would actually even love it if you actually cover it now, because I want to structure it to my question to the next panelist.
Okay, cool. So if you look at public sector, they use what is called an open tender system. So every tender is advertised. So people know whether there are drama around who wins or not. That's not the issue. The issue is that people would know that there was an opportunity out. But none of the participants have ever seen a single tender from any listed company because they use what is called a closed tender system. So what a closed tender system then by its nature derives is that you then have networks, because for people to participate in that supply chain, you need to be in the network of people that gets invited. To be invited, you gotta be in the network of the people who are inviting. And 10 out of 10 Black entrepreneurs are not in that network. They are not even invited. They don't even know there's an opportunity. Never mind that they get invited. So that secrecy is what is creating a problem, because you cannot have, there's about 360 listed companies, and no one knows what they buy, who they buy from, how they buy, and no one has seen those opportunities, right? If on average each of these companies was spending, 10 billion rand, you can imagine they'll be buying in excess of more than $1 trillion, just if each was spending 10 billion. So, but yet no one knows, So we need to start working to dismantle that, to get Black entrepreneurs to know these opportunities so that they can contest. And also they need to be supported in terms of contestation, because knowing an opportunity is not enough. You need to be helped to also to compete, right, in terms of making sure there's set aside opportunities set for Black entrepreneurs. Because if you don't do those things, even if you know about the opportunity contest, there's no way that you can contest with a listed company. So some of these opportunities have to be ring-fenced to make sure that Black entrepreneurs stand an opportunity. The third one is to make sure that supply chains are dismantled in terms of how they work, so that we can identify opportunities for Black entrepreneurs. It's like building it. It's like looking at building a car and saying part of the parts you need, you need a handbrake, and handbrake can be done by a small entrepreneur. They might not make an engine of a car, right? So how do you take a big supply chain and look at these pieces, and then you ring fence them, and then you can start building light manufacturing into townships. If you don't do that, I can issue a tender now to say I want Black entrepreneurs to make a vehicle. No one is going to tender. They can't because they don't have the infrastructure. But if you start looking at the dismantling into smaller pieces, and colleagues, don't underestimate these smaller pieces. These smaller pieces is what built Japan when they were making cars from a component perspective. These are multi-billion rand pieces, right, of supply chain opportunities, right? So it's important that we start looking at doing that. But again, the fundamental thing is to make sure that we find ways to open up a procurement so that the issue around secrecy is not something that is a big impediment. Currently, as it is now, it is, because many entrepreneurs don't know what's happening within the supply chain. Therefore, they are not able to position themselves to participate.
Lovely, Budlita. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, almost executive summary, right? The assets and the distribution networks that you need, right? Even if you have those programs, there's a problem with the capital accumulation towards it, right? I.e., you can't even access the credit, even if a big contract came your way. When you spoke about this thing of the small Lanyana pieces, there's a guy I remember I came across, and he's a multimillionaire, and he made his money by selling widgets, right? I don't even know what a widget is. Okay, myself, I have no idea what a widget is, right? Up until I found out, no, widgets are these little things that go into, like, you know, when you get a table, it's like a small thing that you just plug in and it makes sure that the table opens and closes. Multi-millionaire making widgets, okay? And I think what you're saying there is that that's the information that needs to be filtered throughout the supply chain, i.e. for Tiger Brands, you know, you get tomato sauce or whatever it is, right? But in there, obviously, it may not just be tomatis, but it may be, I don't know, like there's a coriander, there's a few pieces that come into play. Exactly, right? And what happens is that in the township, we are only looking at the lady over here. We're actually looking across the road here. She's selling oranges. And you know, the one next door selling maybe other things, that these big corporates are actually capturing most of that value chain and leaving you with just a small little piece, if even a small piece of a small piece, actually, right? Whereas there's so much more in there. So the access to the information and getting into these networks. So those are the main problems. And I think in the next, as we go along the panelists, just for everyone who's on things, immediately so that we can draw up something. All right. Next question, which is actually the same question, and it's targeted at Barbara. And you know, obviously SAB's got this massive network, right? It touches, I mean, your distribution networks throughout South Africa, it's global. You know, through your own products, through the partnership agreements you have, the bottling of the Coca-Cola sort of stable. And I guess then the question becomes again, you know, what are you doing as SAB to help township business, right, enter into supply chains? And on top of that, again, you know, what are the impediments, right, that are restricting township businesses from entering into your supply chain or the supply chain of companies like yourselves? Over to you, Barbara.
Thank you, Tabiso. I hope you can hear me clearly. I think my connection is betraying me this morning. Okay, great. Okay, so I think just to take a step back, I think the issues that are raised are broader than the township economy businesses, right? And I think Sandile mentioned it earlier from Exaro, you know, we are looking at the whole SA economy. Some of the challenges that, you know, Lita just mentioned don't affect only township small businesses. I mean, it's any Black upcoming entrepreneurs that is faced with those challenges. And if I can just look just to speak about the point that he raised, and just a thought while I was listening to you, Lita. I think dismantling is one. I think one opportunity that I see also is collaboration. So more joint venture between small Black entrepreneurs that could respond to a bigger piece. That's what we're seeing as well as an opportunity. Now, from an SAB point of view, there is two things, and I'll start with the broader access to supply chain for Black entrepreneurs, which is not limited to the township economy. I think it needs to be a paradigm shift amongst corporates, among the private sector, about how do we make those opportunities visible for every entrepreneurs. And then it's up to them, you know, to meet the criteria. One of the things that we've launched as SAB in 2018 was what we call the Market Access Program. And what happened is we did a call for all corporates to join us. and to share the supplier that they use that are Black and that are reliable, and so that we can really give them further opportunity for them to grow. As you know, like the moment that you have a corporate that have already used a supplier and can say, I've gotten great service, it's much easier for that supplier to get additional work from other corporates. So that was already a quick win that we saw and that we implemented. Now that platform is actually handled by Proudly SA. We've handed it over to them, and they're actually launching it in their own right next week. And that's going to be amazing opportunities for established Black entrepreneurs, but that are at that stage where they can scale and become huge. Because we are all tired, and I've heard that in many forums of hearing about how do we help small Black-owned businesses. We want to help big Black-owned businesses. So that's one side, and that's how we enable for access in supply chain for Black entrepreneurs at large. Now, if you look at township economies, I think Lita touched on some of the challenges. There is no, from what we know, ready to supply corporate infrastructure in townships. There's still a lot of like prep work that needs to happen. And I think that the conversation needs to focus also on the gap that exists in township economy to be an economic hub. Sorry, can you hear me?
Sorry, Barbara, we missed the last 30 seconds or so. Maybe if you can go again just after the Proudly SA
yes.
program.
So moving on to township economy specifically, what I was saying is the issue is not just to connect, right, small Black-owned township businesses to corporate. It's to give them a real chance to compete. Can you hear me, Tabiso? Is it okay? Okay. And for that, I think the conversation needs to be also looking at what are the gaps in terms of infrastructure, etc., in township that would impede township businesses to compete in a supply chain environment before you even connect them. And the last point that I would like to make is you spoke about the size of the township economy, and I think Sandile also mentioned it. We cannot ignore that there are existing models that work in township that are self-sufficient, and that we should really take a step back and learn on those existing models to see how we can enhance or how we can duplicate them in other sectors to enable the township economies to thrive. So I think we need to be very humble also and see that there are really good models coming from the township, and how can we really enhance them? And one thing, an example on that I would like to mention is in our space, we obviously have retailers, right, that are in township economies. They are key economic driver of the township economies, as most of people know, and they are mostly women-owned. And when we looked at that, we were impressed to see that, for example, one retailer supports an average of 5 dependents, takes people through school, they lend to their neighbors, and they're really at the core of township economies. So we said, okay, so based on this model, how do we, for example, transform a tavern into a microeconomic hub that does other things, that become also a center for communities, that has Wi-Fi, and that is really diversified, that doesn't sell alcohol. It's really about how do you make them sell food? How do you make them attract different crowds and really be the dynamism of township economies? And that's just one of the ideas that we are working on. And I think there is much, much more that needs to be uncovered through consultation with township businesses that needs to also guide us. And I think that's one of the gaps that I've been seeing is we do that strategy in complete isolation of the people that are actually in townships and that could really inform the strategies further. So that's just my points. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, correct. So, I mean, so lots of things that SAB is up to and lots of challenges at the same time. And what I gathered there, Obviously, it's an opportunity for entrepreneurs who are listening now. This SAB, Barbara, I'm not sure if maybe we'll try to get a link or something about the supplier database, and we'll send that through. But definitely try to get onto the supplier database. And when you spoke about the retailers, I'm assuming you're mentioning specifically someone who is in the township operating with either a tavern or any sort of related business, and really SAB making models. Is that what you're talking about? Cool. No, great. I think so we have those points. So I think definitely for the SMMEs that are listening, take up on the offer, right? And really get into these networks. So part of the reason why we're here is obviously we're looking at short-term, medium-term, long-term solutions. And a short-term quick win, right, is use what's existing, right? So part of also we're building out solutions, but if there's already stuff that's in place now, use it, right? So we're encouraging you to just use it, take advantage of it in a complete, in its completeness, right? And then my next question is for John Chabalala. And really, again, it's about ABSA as a bank, and you're the only bank who's on the panel, so you've got a big role to play. And really, we're looking at banks as the suppliers of capital. You heard an earlier comment about how much of a struggle it is, that even if you're an entrepreneur who's got you've got an opportunity to supply, right? The access to funding is very, very difficult, right? So then again, I guess then the question becomes, what are you doing as ABSA in probably two respects, right? Number one, to assist businesses in getting onto your own supply chain, right? And then furthermore, from a funding perspective, to help businesses in essentially procuring funding. Over to you, John.
Thanks, Tabiso, and thanks for having us and providing us with an opportunity and a platform. I think, in your opening statement, you did mention that, the township economy is quite big, and I think it's quite important that we digest that, in its real essence, because the township economy is big business, and I think the sooner as the big corporates, we understand and appreciate that, the better it will be for us to be able to provide the solutions that talks to addressing the needs of the township economy and the businesses that operate in that particular space. And as I've said, access to finance, for many years has been identified as one of the biggest impediments, especially for the growth of the small businesses, as we know that these are the biggest number of businesses that we have in the townships. And what we have learned over the years is that, small businesses are the backbone of any thriving economy. Corporates can be there, big corporates can be there, but if you do not have a small business economy that is thriving, then you will have many, many challenges. And I think we are experiencing that ourselves as a country, but also as an organization as ABSA, we have realized for many years the importance of playing an active role and being a responsible organization as well. But I think getting into the whole aspect of access to finance, we are well aware that many of our small businesses, particularly in the township economy, are not really aware in terms of what kind of opportunities do they have in terms of their ability to access the finance. But as everyone is well aware by now, and I'm saying the things that everyone is familiar with, the biggest challenge that you normally have with most of the small businesses is the ability to manage their own finances. Because they may have a business concept, but managing finances is a different story altogether. And one of the things that we are doing as ABSA, as an organization, is that we are providing many of these small businesses with an opportunity to teach them in terms of the basic technical and financial skills. where we will take you through a program that will take you 2 to 6 months, that you'll undergo this particular program. And by the time we have completed this program, will be quite comfortable that you will know what it takes to deal with the basic financial requirements of managing a business. Because largely business is all about cash flow management. And this is one of the basic things that most of the businesses are struggling with. And we are offering that platform through our ED office. And we have a team of highly qualified training consultants that provide this support to all the businesses. And usually we prefer to provide, we always advise to provide this support to a grouping where people have grouped themselves. Then we can avail the support at no cost to yourself as well, and this is the best part, the best part of it as well. Because once you are in a position to can be able to handle your finances, it also improves your chances of being able to access finance through the bank, through the bank. And we have a lot of vehicles that are in terms of opportunities that we are providing to a lot of small businesses, but that requires them to improve on their ability to manage their finances. And as I said, we do provide the necessary support to do that. And one of the things that we have started providing in recent years, we do have some of the non-refundable grants that we are providing to businesses. I need to be upfront as well that, what we have allocated to this non-refundable grants has been a very small portion, but we have seen, because the reason for us providing this non-refundable grants is whereby many of the small businesses, when they are starting, you will find that they are not able to provide the collateral. So what we do as a financial institution, we will say to you, you've got a business concept, we have gone through it, and we are quite comfortable, and we are prepared to grant you a loan. And in many instances, many of the small businesses do not have that collateral. And we will say to you, we will provide that non-refundable grant to you. And we have seen it has worked for many of the small businesses. And as I've said, I need to be upfront that it's a very small portion given the number of challenges that many small businesses are having in terms of their ability to, finance their businesses, But also one of the things that we do to many of the small businesses, you'll find that we work with some of the big corporates that will say, look, as part of our supply channel, we want to transform our business as a corporate. And we have a small business partner that we want to work with here. Can you be able to support and help us with helping them to get their business off the ground? And we have that support as well. And if there are small businesses that really have opportunities with big corporates and they just are not clear as to what is it that they need to do, we always encourage them to come through to us and we see what is it that we can do. And I think the other aspect that you asked for is about the procuring of the bank services. If you go into the ABSA's website, we do have what we call the procurement marketplace for SMEs. So what we encourage with this procurement marketplace, we want to bridge the gap between the corporates, and the small businesses, and considering that we are a big corporate ourselves. So this is a single platform where the small businesses, they can go there into the database and capture, and capture their value proposition, give us their company profile, and they will leave it on our database. At the time when we want to procure the services, we will always go through that database and make sure that we provide opportunities to the small businesses, because one of the most important things for us as ABSA as an organization is that we know that we are available in almost every corner of this country, and we always want to localize the economy. So if an opportunity comes in a particular environment elsewhere, our first preference is always to use the local suppliers. And our first point of call is always the procurement marketplace for SMEs. So we do encourage the SME owners that do have some of the services that we procure, please go into this portal and capture your profile there. And at the right time, if we have an opportunity, we will always reach out to you. Thanks, Tabiso.
Thank you, John. You know what, for the sake of, so usually I'd say we just leave all the questions to the end, but I think Tapiwa, for the sake of, because obviously there'll be a few follow-ups, maybe just quickly let the question go through just so that we can gather it. Perfect. John, we have a question here from the audience saying, what is the uptake for that offering that you offer?
Which one in particular? Which one in particular, which offering are you referring to, Tabiso?
I think any of the two, whether it be the small business, so your own procurement portal, right? Or the financing structures that you do for small businesses, I believe called either or.
Yeah, look, I think the first one is about the non-refundable grants. I mean, it always gets exhausted as soon as we release it, because there are so many businesses that are looking for those kind of grants, and we always have them on. We always have them. So as soon as we release that funding or the grant, it gets quickly fully exhausted, and I mean and that gives us a lot of gratitude as an organization to say that a little bit that we are doing to help get the businesses off the grounds, is going and is being put into good use. And in terms of the procurement marketplace for the SMEs, look, the truth of the matter is that we have seen that MME owners going into our website and providing us with their information, and when there's a need for those services, we do go there and make sure that we start with the local businesses that we feel they are able to provide the services that we are looking for. So as and when the need arises, we provide those opportunities, but it must also be noted that because we are a financial institution, we do not procure as intensively as most of the retailers will do. But, there is a commitment from us as an organization that when an opportunity is there, we first think about the local community and how can we best use this as an opportunity to give back as well.
Thank you, John. I just want to make sure that we just do the right thing here for the entrepreneurs that are listening. Just quickly on any of those programs, what are the, just in 2 minutes, just because we have to move quickly, what are the real challenges that you come across quite a lot that prevent yourselves as an organization? I'd assume other banks would have a similar sort of situation. What are the things that prevent you from eventually saying, okay, cool, we'll grant this funding to these particular SMMEs? Just quickly, basically impediments, especially for township businesses.
Look, I think let me start with the grants that we normally provide. I mean, the first one, I think that one becomes a lot easier because if there is a business that has been identified, we will work with you through the entire process and provide you with the necessary support to ensure that if you have a concept or you've got a business idea, it is viable. I mean, I can tell of many stories, I mean, a few years ago, we met, a young man who wanted to open a fuel station. Good idea that he had, and he had been able to get all the licenses that were necessary. But when we looked in terms of the finances, he was not so clear in terms of, how he intends to deal with the financial aspects of the business. And we took him through the process and we helped and support him. And we granted him that 10% deposit that was required for him to be able to access the credit. I mean, as we speak, that young gentleman, he's based in Port Elizabeth, he's running a successful fuel station. And we know these are some of the environments that many of our young Black people in particular were never able to access this kind of opportunities in the past. And through things like this non-refundable grants, we are able to provide such opportunities. So it's working quite perfect. It's working quite well for us as an organization. Sometimes we wish that we could be in a position to provide more of this. When it comes to the procurement marketplace, where the SMMEs go and provide us with their details in terms of what they are able to procure, sometimes it does become a bit of a challenge in that when you go through the profile, you find that it's a business concept that the individual has, but really it's not as well conceptualized as you would like it to be, and it does not meet some of the requirements that we do have. And what we do as an organization, we do go back to some of those SMMEs, and really provide them with the necessary support in terms of say, look, these are some of the things or the requirements that we would like you to meet. Please go back and ensure that you are able to meet some of these requirements. And once you've done that, come back and update your profile. And in the future, should there be a need for us to procure your services, we'll always go back and we'll always consider you as one of the potential suppliers. So it's not something that we are doing it for the sake of doing. We also want to do it. We use this as an opportunity to help grow some of the small businesses, especially those that are coming from the areas that we will consider as previously disadvantaged. And as we know, most of them are coming from the townships. Thank you, Tabiso.
Thank you, John. Sorry, I see that time is of pressure, so I got to move, but those points are all noted, John. Sis Nondimiso, I mean, you've heard from Tiger Brands, SAB, ABSA, all right? You as an entrepreneur who's on the ground, who's actively applying for these, what is your overall on the ground experience, right, in applying for any sort of supplier development program and really gaining access to some of these things? We'd love to hear from you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me on this platform, Tabiso, not only as Speaker Wines, but also representing other entrepreneurs across sectors. Yeah, it's a tumultuous journey, I must say, and I'm glad that we have organizations like ABSA, a bank that I've banked with ever since I started banking. SAB, I remember they launched a program at Grand West, specifically for entrepreneurs, emphasis being put on women. I applied, and in my application, I was also specific about the kind of need, that I wanted at the time. I must say, they are not responsive to the needs of the entrepreneurs. I'm not sure whether this is based on the research that they conduct on what the entrepreneurs' needs are, or is it's just assumptions. I really do not know. Let me make an example of the kind of request that I made with SAB for an example. So I saw SAB as this big giant, of which none of a few Black women-owned wine producers could be a competition, for instance. We produce wine. We felt that we could piggyback on their distribution channels, also within the markets that they operate in, because it's not competing, against their product. But that fell on deaf ears. ABSA, it's news to me that they offer grants and there's this technical support or financial management support. I also have a business development manager with ABSA. So I've got direct relationship with ABSA, and a person that I have a direct access and who also has a direct access to me, but I've never heard of this. This is news to me. And I've also made a direct request to ABSA because ABSA is also involved in the wine space. They run ABSA Pinotage program. So I said, can't I also be part, as your client? I have these kind of varieties. Can I piggyback or I can also come with my own Pinotage? Now, I spoke to regional manager of ABSA in the Western Cape. I was referred to the manager who manages the agricultural component of ABSA. Nothing happened to this day. I'm not sure it's at policy level, Tabiso, or it's just these big giants just speaking, not walking the talk, not just talking. Tiger Brands also, it's also, I remember we were taken by TDI to Nigeria. So I got to understand that Tiger Brands also is in that market. And we were experiencing difficulty in penetrating the Nigerian market because of entry barriers, like they've got what is called NAFDAC, which is the department for consumable goods that enter into Nigeria. So as a small company, it's difficult to navigate that space on your own. So we approached Tiger Brands, to partner, as it were, with us, in getting to those markets, let alone the local market. I mean, I'm not sure why it's difficult for them just to help us by making us piggyback on the infrastructure that they already have, or that is at their disposal. It's also interesting to hear later talking about the fact that Black entrepreneurs in particular struggle with the manufacturing component of the value chain. That is a fact. But what can you do about it? We don't have means to have manufacturing plants. We would love to have them, and we are doing something about it. I'll share my story about that because I saw that as being a big problem, because it links to the question of lack of ownership of means of production, which is a very big, barrier to economic advancement for a Black child. So I look at Kailicha, I look at Langam, I look at Kukuletu, being ambitious as I am, I'm seeing, a wine cellar in a township. We do have spaces, getting grapes from various vineyards won't be a problem. But can you imagine having a wine cellar in a township, where actually grapes would be crushed here, where the whole processing of wine production could be taking place in a township. Also, hopefully, I had hoped that it would, translate my passion into action. I really want to see Black children in the wine industry space. There is so much that Black young entrepreneurs can do, and as end consumers, it pains me to see young Black kids, just being happy, to host a bottle of wine just to consume, but then they don't ask them, how do I get in this space? How can I get into being part of the value chain? So I'm a teacher by training. I taught in college for 11 years. So education is my passion. I know even teachers at school do not know about career paths within the wine industry. So we're not talking about wine industry as alcohol. So we want to, but it's an economic, activity. It contributes a lot to the GDP, especially to the Western Cape, you know, economic to the economy of the province. So sometimes when we talk wine, people close up and say, "Oh, alcohol." Oh, but sorry.
Maybe just let her fit.
No.
Yeah, maybe just let her finish and then we'll take questions.
So I was talking about career paths within the industry where a Black child is not exposed to such things like viticulture, oenology, becoming a lab technician, becoming a marketer, and so on and so forth. So those are very obscure to a Black child. So collaborations would really lead to ensuring that these things happen. Maybe you're sitting there asking me, what did I do to ensure that that happens? I approached the University of Stellenbosch to say, let's work with schools where during their life orientation period or learning area, we then engage kids about possibilities in the wine industry space. Spoke to local schools. It's only two schools that responded, but also that, you know, fell by the wayside. But I understand not the administrative function that schools, you know, are burdened with. But I've always, when I have a platform, like to raise so that anyone out there who's willing to work with me to make sure that this happens, please. It's something that I really want to see happening. I would love, if it's just one child. I know I have one that I managed to ensure that that dream happens. Banel, if I get from side B, he's a qualified winemaker. He works somewhere in Salt River. So can you imagine if you can have another one, and now a viticulturist, you know, working the land where most of our people are not at, and we are busy shouting, we want the land, but we're not ensuring that we generate, you know, the expertise so that we are ready when we finally get to that end. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sis Nondumiso.
Don't really know, don't be like 10 million.
So that's the kind that I want to hear from
I'm not sure who is ready to take that question, but what I'm going to do is that I'm going to pose it. And then as we are going through, because I just got to get through two more panelists, and as we are going through some solutions, because this is a very much a solution-based question, we'll re-bring this question back in, which is to say that, you know, as corporates to develop something in a township, right, which can serve, you know, some of the businesses that are there, right? And in this particular instance, we're talking about wineries, but it could go further than that, right? It's actually any sort of manufacturing base, okay? And, you know, how difficult is it to form that, right? And really get it financed and operational such that the people who are there can actually own those productive assets. So I think that's the question. I'll figure out how exactly we translate to it. But I think, Sis Nondumiso, thank you very much for your comments. And I think some of it relates to what Budlita was saying earlier, which is that, you know, the idea of a winery, right, and viticulture, right, is foreign, right? And it's the same idea as a widget, and it's the same idea as salt. Okay, so simple, small things that you take for granted, and which are not taught, you know, in the township economy. And we miss out on those opportunities because the information is not there, right? So it's a second iteration to say there need to be more information that is shared, right? And we need to figure out solutions on how to share this information practically. And then on top of that, my friends at SAB and Tiger Brands and ABSA, they might kill me, but I think the important thing of your statement is to give them feedback, right? To say, maybe at high level, okay, at executive level, these initiatives are being brought down, right? But there's something in the execution that is not happening, right? And we need to figure out exactly what that is, right? Because Sis Imbizo shared story I didn't even know, but about all three, which I didn't expect. But even, and I'm sure it's a corporate SA problem, to say the initiatives that are being brought down from up top, somehow the translation to the final level, right, is not happening. And I would have understood, if you said, there's this one case over here, but it's interesting that you brought 3 cases. So it means that there's a general.
There's more, Tabis.
So there's a general problem there from a corporate. Sorry?
Tabiso? It's John here.
John, how's it?
I'm good, man. I would have liked to take an opportunity just to acknowledge and respond to Sis Mandumi. So if you're comfortable.
Perfect.
Yeah, look, I think it's good to hear that we have some of our township entrepreneurs, more so Black females, given that especially in the Women's Month, that are involving themselves in the wine industry, especially the pinotage. And part of the reason we are involving ourselves in properties like the pinotage is largely to ensure that we create sustainable opportunities for existing businesses but for up and coming businesses as well, And what I will do for Sis Imbizo, you will see that I've just engaged with our head of enterprise development, Khalalezo. He has asked that we would like to Sis Imbizo to reach out to us. We can provide her with our details, and we will link her up with our guys that are responsible for the pinotage, and see what is it that we can do to support and help her. We have our pinotage awards coming up in the next 2 months or so. And I'm quite comfortable that we will hook her up with the guys that are managing the pinotage and see what is it that we can do to support him.
Thank you.
Amazing. I am killing time, so I think I'm going to move a little bit quicker and maybe just ask panelists to just spend, just maybe 5 minutes answering questions. My next one is off to Tracy. Tracy is the founder of the Clothing Bank. Tracy, I think your business is actually quite amazing in terms of how it creates entrepreneurs and creates people who are active. So I just want you to spend maybe about like a minute just explaining quickly how your business works, and then especially from the time that an entrepreneur graduates from your program, right, and then tries to enter supply chains. What are the challenges that occur there? I'm going to hand over to you, Tracy.
Thanks, Tabisa. It's great to be here. I'd like to actually just quickly acknowledge Lita. He championed our cause 10 years ago, and that paved the way to our success. So we've got great relationships with all of the major retailers, and we actually tap into their excess, which is produced through their supply chain. And that enables micro entrepreneurs to establish businesses with high in demand consumer product, as well as access to cheap raw materials. So we're often thinking around the circular economy and how we can create a regenerative economy, because it's always been very extractive, our economy, and there's definitely a gap there that needs to be filled. I think we're the first generation that has started to realize that we're overshooting the planetary boundaries and we're undershooting our social foundation. And a lot of what we do is focusing on the household, and the household is the core of our economy. And how do we contribute to the household, and how do we acknowledge their contribution to the economy and to the social foundation that is so important? So empowering people with relevant skills I mean, we really believe you can't learn to run a business in a classroom. You need to get out there, make some mistakes, have some successes, build your self-esteem, build your self-confidence, build your knowledge. We focus a lot on business skills, life skills, and financial literacy, and support through coaching and mentoring. So that's the deep support. The program is very holistic, and a lot of South Africans have been through a lot of trauma. And we need to create ecosystems that help people to heal, learn, and grow, and build relationships with power partners that they can journey with and build their businesses. A lot of what we focus on is technical skills as well, around repairing damaged products that can also go back into the market, and creating an environment where people start to see opportunities. So it's about being able to respond to the challenges that life presents you, as well as the opportunities that are in front of you. So our next project that we're doing now is understanding what people need for micro manufacturing skills and management skills. So we're working a lot with organizations that understand these. We're always looking to partner with organizations and learning platforms that can help us share all this knowledge. And it's so important to keep focusing on networks, because it's another thing that we realize is you assume networks are large, but they're not. People's networks are quite small. And how do we create collaboration? In the manufacturing space, tapping into the supply chain, I mean, lots of it's been mentioned over the last two panels, how difficult it is to access that. And it's often because how do you get access to cheap raw materials if you're an individual? How do we collaborate, not necessarily the co-op, but as a buying group? How do we start to understand the landscape? I think it's so important to see what the gaps are. And there are definitely opportunities out there, and we need to start thinking completely out of the box.
Thank you. No, thank you, Tracy. So, solutions around really getting people, learning about platforms, building networks, getting buying groups together so that you get the effect of, essentially you can get stuff a lot cheaper. I want to jump off into Hilton. Hilton, your business, Growth Wheel, gathers a lot of data on SMMEs, right? And actually, we spoke and I said to you, we should prepare something that, looks at, supply chains, right? And what we can really do from a macro level. You've heard all the panelists speak. So I'm going to hand over to you. I know you put something together to talk about, how supply chains are built. So I'm going to hand over to you to run us through.
Yes, thank you, and greetings to everyone. The township economy is misunderstood, and this little video, before I start talking what I wanted to talk about, will illustrate that.
The materials shown here are the recommended ones to use because it will make the home stronger. This will last longer and save you money in the long run. So try to follow the toolkit as close as you can with what you can afford. Corrugated sheeting. There are different shapes and styles of sheeting you can use, but thicker galvanized sheeting such as 0.47mm is the recommended because
this
it is
is
stronger
not
and you can
what we've been talking about the last couple of minutes. Can you hear me still?
We can hear you. It's faint, but just continue.
Okay, so I just need to remove that. So, I attended a global ministerial conference in 2018 in Mexico about small businesses and its contribution to global GDP. And what I learned there is that we have 600 million small businesses around the world. They employ 85% of the people that's being employed around the world. So small business, and someone apparently owns this IP, is big business, right? And so for me, it's a great opportunity to be among some big shooters here. We are a small business here in South Africa. And so Paulo, when I looked at the program, I saw that Growth Wheel ecosystem partners are spread everywhere throughout the low wealth township economy. For me, this is why we exist in South Africa. Our data tells us that township businesses grow into supply chain value chains because they are connected to business advisors, coaches, mentors, and they have one-on-one counseling that is targeted because of data transparency among partners. This is one of the keywords that came through. Tabiso, in this panel, I saw food, I saw clothes, I saw beverages, and I thought, the Cape DOP system payment is back. And so I might get paid for my labor, you know, the old kind of system. But the bank is here, so hopefully we'll talk, real business and real township growth at scale. Did you guys know that Shanghai was a township? It is true. Many, many cities in China was townships, and the Chinese government township development plan was formulated in the 1970s, 80s. And what they didn't do was to say, how do we integrate or how do we transform the economy? But they used displacement of what existed. The Europeans, after the World War II, didn't have a rebuild plan. They had a plan that was focused on building something completely new, a new way of living and a new way of doing business. These two examples for me about growth and those wheels is about growth and how that wheels are spinning almost every day for years and for generations to come. And I meant the pun there. This particular panel consists of the real economy of the township. The last 26 years, none of the things that corporates, these particular corporates sell are manufactured or procured from places where they make money to pay their staff salaries and to make profits for their shareholders. For years, we've used the BE scorecard for paying for cutting edge business plans, and we know they almost never get funded. Then the enterprise development sector rented fancy canvassing training rooms with catering and beverages, which they purchase from the business stores of the panelists who is in awe of that business model. These days, everyone again are raised up to do pitches on Zooms and Teams, etc., and fill in double-stick, bold, district government type survey forms with no action. So we have to stop this. Both Lockdown SA and Lewd SA have made us naked. But now I see we now talk to the converted that we are naked and we're trying to blame each other that we did the wrong thing. Some show their parts and they did well here and they did good there, and others questions the small things that really matter. Our approach to the township economy has its roots in pre-democracy. For example, Trevor Noah is a black child that lands up on the Daily Show, and me, a black person of slave history or color, are here on xenophobia. Like the Chinese, we cannot talk about transformation or integration or replacement. We have to displace the economy. What are the practical things that we can do? And I don't mean have a YouTube channel with 13 chapters, as I showed earlier, on how to build better shacks for homes. I mean, like really, the Western Cape. I grew up in a low wealth township, just down the road from Khayelitsha. It is still poor today. The challenge is to drop these poverty mindset ideas, to replace the monopolize and oligopolize democratic corrupt economy. Let's get on the wheel of growth and display supply chains. Imbizo, I did it again, but to my learned colleagues here, we cannot continue the way that we're doing things. We can't help entrepreneurs by filling the gaps of business acumen. The business maturity must be targeted based on the growth plan and not the compliance. We must be agile and not conformative. Someone was saying, or Tracy was saying, let's get out of the box. And I think we need to be more collaborative. It is true not a single person here or company can stand out and do the work. Let's drive transparency together. Let's use a common language. Let's use common data. We don't have the data in South Africa. Let's be intentional and spread the opportunities. Like our partners are spread, all 300 of them are spread throughout South Africa. There's 105 seeder funded incubators, like Ferntech and the gaming incubator in Seshego. Sasol ABSIP is here, the Supplier Development Council, the Innovator Trust, Kulia, Zavoli Consulting, the founders of Linkage. These guys are all making decisions based on data, and they took an approach that you can't take a square peg and put it into a round hole. It takes targeted one-on-one everyday business planning and real-time data to make decisions and take action. Later, globally, local is lekker means urban farming. Mitchell's Plain and Khayelitsha have over 700,000 people living there. Collectively, they can easily burn down anything, but collectively, they grow, manufacture, and can supply to you and to SAB. And as Tracy has said, they can fix things. You know, they are there. They wake up every morning to build our infrastructure, pack our foods, and keep our homes and our businesses secure. What do we do during the day for them? ABSA, you know, for where they live. Then finally, if we give up the fight to compete against the 10% of people that owns this economy, let's make stuff and sell services to the African continent, to our brothers and sisters there. We have the free trade agreement now. We have 53 markets. I've been to 20 of them, and I believe that our townships can supply there, just like once before the Chinese townships and rural business owners are setting up right now in Africa. Why? Because Africa is a market. We have 1.2 billion low wealth Africans. Vuisa Quebec calls this frontier market. People outside of Africa call it the #1 global economy by 2050. What ABSIP and the entire capital or financing ecosystem consider is concepts like character-based lending, very exciting developments among the international conventional lending organization. And another practical way is how China has bolstered its innovation and its supply chains by establishing business incubators, 13,800 of them throughout China. And we then wonder why, you know, they will be the #2 economy. So somebody mentioned early on that we need, I think it was Luvuyo, we need business incubators and shared resources within our low wealth suburbs. I hate the word townships, it comes from apartheid. And so we need 10,000 of these centers in South Africa. And so I want to place before you, as part of actionable discussions among the guys with money in South Africa, including the 50 billion that exists among Stokvel, is the concept of character-based lending, that people can put their own money, put it into a system like ABSA and borrow that money back and then benefit out of the profits for the services that they pay to ABSA or how ABSA makes their money. And that's just something interesting. And then, of course, China. Look at China. 70% of the entire population is employed by their small businesses. We have to put small growing businesses front and center of displacing our economy into the low wealth communities. And that's my parting point. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Hilton. Geez, lots of points and messages over there. I want us to really jump. We got about 10 to 15 minutes. I want us to really jump into solution mode here, based on some of the certain observations that have been made on exactly what the problems are and getting into these supply chains. You know, Hilton, I think you made a good point to say that, you know, the informal market has got a long, you know, it can play a major role in terms of, you know, being a supply hub. And I'm just wondering, and maybe I'll go back to Lita to really answer this question on if we, you know, is this a pipe dream that we're talking about, but a possibility of, you know, having hubs, okay, of incubation, right? Or I don't know what you want to, what the word is, right? But it's basically for those little widgets that you described, okay? In Kailicha, we have a manufacturing center, right? Where the resources are already there, right? And somehow the entrepreneurs would access them. They still run their own business accordingly, right? But the resources are there. We have, as you know, Hilton mentioned, we have lots of people here in terms of population and lots of people who are ready to do the work. So the people are there. The resources might not be there, but those are attainable, okay? And are we talking about a pipe dream in terms of even if we did that, we would still not get into the supply chains that we need, Lita?
Yeah, thanks for that, and also thanks to the panelists' inputs. I'll reach out to you, Imbizo, in terms of the extension of saying you need, if anyone wants to work in that space, but we'll talk about it, because obviously one of the bigger problems that you have is that Western Cape is secluded into the main economic activities of this country, especially black townships. They are just not, you know, I mean, Hilton, you showed the shack being made and being praised as, you know, a human capital solution. I also heard that in my own township, they didn't have a vaccination point until there was a taxi fight and people couldn't drive from Langa to Athlone to be vaccinated. Only then they actually put together. So I don't even want to go into the drama of the attitude of the government in the Western Cape, how they do these things. But coming back to the question, firstly, when people say township economy is huge, I think there's also a very misconception. You're talking about a consumption economy. You're talking about what people are buying, meaning the money that is there is huge, that is going out, right? But there is no manufacturing base where the money is coming in. So if you did a debit and a credit, you will see, right, that there is more going out, there's little that is coming in, because you're not manufacturing anything that allows for money to come in. So in terms of the incubations and the structures that Hilton spoke about, you pretty much need two things to happen. So as much as China has put together incubators into, you know, and in China, they also had what they called SEZ, which we copied in terms of the special economic zones, into those townships that allowed for manufacturing to happen. And then you overlay it with incubation so that people can learn to have skills. And when they want to operate, they can actually go to those SEZs to actually operate. So if you put incubation without putting any, from an infrastructure and special planning, any places of production, you're just going to have entrepreneurs like the bandit bond you are in Cape, in Khayelitsha. I know about it because I used to fund it when I was a telecom, is that the entrepreneurs end up in Woodstock. All the solutions, there's nothing they can do with them in Khayelitsha because there's just not infrastructure base that is built for them. So what you pretty much need is, firstly, I think Hilton mentioned it, there's no rebuild because there was never an economy in the first place. We need new build. We need to build these economies. It's just that the whole issue around the unrest has just amplified an issue that has always been there, right? So we need to make sure that we come up with solutions. One of the first ones that we need to do, we need to have a township industrial development master plan, which will then talk to how you build an infrastructure base that allows for manufacturing. And also it will identify which components should be going into those areas. And the second part, obviously, is your business development support, which then talks to your support services that you're going to get, to support these entrepreneurs once you've built, your infrastructure base. But also municipalities need to come in terms of rezoning, because that's a big issue. The second issue is then you need capital to come in and actually build that infrastructure. Because the problem is that money in township doesn't go if it's raised by Black entrepreneurs from those townships, right? So if I want to build a mall in Langa, where I come from, I will never get money. But other organizations and other people of different color will get the money for the same reason that I wanted the money. So issue of financial inclusion of banks, I don't even want to touch it. I'm mindful that ABSIP is here, but really I don't want it to, because there's a massive issue around financial inclusion. The third part is that you then need companies like ourselves and our peers to start opening up value chain opportunities. Because once you set up the capital base and the manufacturing base, they need procurement opportunities to start producing, and then you provide them with the support using the incubator model that you can, because in other countries, there are manufacturing incubators, whereas in South Africa, most of the incubators are in tech, and also they do services. Very few, right, look at manufacturing. There's quite a few that does diamond cutting that are done by the mines, but those normally are not in the township environment. And then you need those economic zones to be supported in terms of incentives, because what makes an SEZ to work is the concessions and the incentives that are provided. So what will make a small company to produce, let's say, a cap of a beverage in Khayelitsha is if there's an economic zone where they can produce, and also they are getting incentives to do that, whether it's tax breaks. The same thing that DTI does with the big industries, like, for example, if you look at automotive. Without automotive industry will never exist without those concessions that government is doing. But there's no concession structure for township manufacturing. So we should be adopting the same level and just making sure that we focus on light manufacturing. And then also we need to localize the support, making sure that the support is at the doorstep. There is no way that someone from Khayelitsha must go to Woodstock for support, because it costs transport to go there. And when they go there, they feel like they're not even being adequately supported, and yet it's costing them money. So we need to start to localize, the manufacturing, and also make sure entrepreneurs have got access to top-notch, skills and capacity. For example, a company that I work for, we've got more than 40 factories. If they were to support, for example, from a mentorship, you identify township economy that are doing manufacturing, and just by linking them to some of our manufacturing managers, just to mentor them, how do you run the manufacturing operations? We need that skill transfer to be done. Not everything is about money. It's just to make sure that you link, but obviously financial access needs to come in. The government policies in terms of the master plan needs to come in. Infrastructure finances to come in, working capital finance, and also making sure that you've got the zoning from the municipality, because you want people to be trading in areas where it's legal to do their operations.
Thank you, Lisa. There's a lot of stuff there. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of policy that needs to change. I think because I probably won't have a chance to get back to you. So where I'm going to leave it is then, what commitment can you make, or rather action can you take that's going to help us get closer to some of these solutions that you have proposed?
Okay, so from my side, one of the things that obviously, as I said, we are a 20 plus beyond procurement company, is one of the things that we need to, that I'm doing, that I'm keen to do, is to start making, for example, the session we're having here, to explain to entrepreneurs how supply chain works, how they structures, what are the components, just the information. There is a lot that people do not know that are being produced. For example, I'll do a simple example. We buy egg powder, where we take powder and we buy eggs and we actually make it to a powder in case there's a bird flu. How many Black entrepreneurs know that, right? Very few or none, so we need to start providing the information, and then based on the information, that's where then you need capable people to support those entrepreneurs to come up with those ideas, to say how are they going to be integrated into supply chain. But the first and the foremost fundamental thing is information, awareness, because from there you are able to get the ball rolling. So that's the first thing that I can do. Obviously, entrepreneurs have to react to the information that they get, that they cannot be forced from our side. But again, even government needs to come in terms of the policy and the incentives that I spoke about. The financial institution, development finance should also come in, and hopefully the banks, when everything is sorted and everything is commercial, only the banks will come in. So that's something that I can commit from my side.
Lovely. Lovely. Thanks a lot, Budlita. I'm going to jump quickly to Barbara. On your side, you mentioned a lot about collaborating with township businesses. There's models that are there that actually work, right? So, and I'm going to make this in tandem with your closing statement, right? Which is then to say, how can, or rather, what would you recommend, right, for corporates to say, this is how should corporates be engaging with the township, right, to sort of adopt their thinking and their policies, right, to match what the township is thinking, right? And then I think you can leave with literally, what steps you want to take or want us to take, all collectively, to build on some of these solutions that we've discussed.
Well, first, thank you. Very, very interesting session. Lots of insights, lots of very frank conversation. So really, really good session. I think if I take a step back, my issue is that this remains ad hoc conversation. And we move a lot in a few hours, and then we forget, and then we start again in a few months. We might have another of those sessions. I think from experience, what we've seen working is when we take the step to actually transform that into a continuous process. And I think something that I would like to put on the table is that we start, and maybe through ABSIP, we form some type of committee that has a different representative from the different sector, including government, because they have a role to play in that subject, and entrepreneurs from township economies, from the different sector. And we really go deep in terms of the analysis and coming up with a plan that we can immediately action. I think that's what I would like to put on the table. Super committed from our side to take part in that. And I think that would be the way forward that I would suggest. Versus, just ad hoc solution. I think we need a very comprehensive approach if we want to create real change. So that's what I would suggest.
Thank you, Barbara. And I think, I think we're in 100% agreement, because obviously it's clear that in the time that we have, we can't surface all the info. And we thank you for really agreeing to, take the next step in the discussions towards bettering the township economy. I think I'm going to leave it with, just maybe your thoughts on, coming back to the productive assets, right? And sort of what you think a good solution is for corporate and government to pursue. And then after that, you can leave with just your closing remarks on what you think that we should do as a next step as ABSIP and as any one of the organizations listening here?
I think Barbara's statement of commitment resonates with me. The committee across sectors or business forums is really a pragmatic solution. It's just saying we cannot iron out everything today on this platform. I cannot overemphasize the importance of ownership of means of production for a Black child, because that speaks to longevity, that speaks to sustainability. We have tried, to get into the spaces that we're in because we couldn't, go back into the value chain because of obvious reasons, capital being one of those, and the other one being the element of expertise. I'm still saying, the element of consciousness amongst ourselves as a people is very critical. These things, we talk about them when we are together in social setups. Oh, we don't, support so. I have a friend who's just getting into the entrepreneurial space. He produces beautiful sweaters and t-shirts, and he calls them I am, But I wouldn't think twice of buying from him. I really must look for Trenary or County Road. Why can't I support that cause, So for me, element of consciousness is critical. I do not know how we're going to push it, but it is, the onus is on us. It's not government is going to change that habit, I've enjoyed a lot as speaking the wine's brand, when people, my own people that I really hope they will support, they look down on my brand. Speaking, don't do me, but I should know about wine. And others speaking things that are really, out of tune, like, criticizing the closure of my wine. I chose crew caps as compared to Coke for reasons personal to me, because I've done my research, instead of engaging me, why? Crew caps is cheap wine. So also we need to find a way of eliminating ignorance amongst ourselves. We need to find a way of empowering ourselves, of loving ourselves more, of putting trust in ourselves, more and better. Thanks, Imbizo.
Thanks so much, Sis Nondumiso. And you make a very, very valid point on consciousness. This is just a side note, but I see people, with Louis Vuitton, and I wonder, why don't you just buy my Xhosa? And, it's simple as that, right? At least the money circulates within our economy, within our own brands. So it's a big point that you're making there, and on ownership of productive assets, right? We really need to get that right. And I'm hoping that corporate is listening and government is listening, and this committee that we set, we start thinking about real practical ways, because not one individual can buy it, but maybe through a collective or collaborative or with the help of government, we can really come up with good solutions that help our people own productive assets in the long run. I'm going to go to Boot John. Just, I really think that there's been a lot of that's been said just around, banks and the way that financing comes through, especially for the SMMEs that are operating, right? And I wonder, I'm going to leave you to do a closing statement, right? But I wonder, in your thoughts, do you think that the risk models that banks use, right, in order to grant, financing, right? You can maybe say not through your programs, but just in general, right? Do you think those need to change? And then really, I think it's just, from all the the discussions that we've had today around what needs to go into the township economy in order for it to start thriving, right? Maybe just leave with some action points and solutions that you think that we should be doing over the short, medium, and long term, and action points that you want us to take to pursue some of those solutions. I'll leave it there.
Thanks. I think I must just be careful when it comes to the credit philosophies, especially across the banking systems, because I suppose each and every bank has the way in which they assess credit and deem customers risk, qualified for them to be able to be extended any kind of credit. But I think maybe the main thing I need to chat a bit more about is that I think we need more of this kind of sessions, where we will take an opportunity, as organizations to share more with our peoples and the communities about opportunities that we provide as a financial institutions, especially in as far as the being able to access funding is concerned. Because for many years, our people have not been able to access this kind of information, and it largely serves as an impediment for them to be able to run their businesses effectively. But one of the things that we also do commit from our side as ABSIP as an organization, through the discussions that we have had today, and not only here, there is a need, for us to continuously making sure that we play an active role in ensuring that we educate our people in as far as, what does it take for you to really understand the basic financial management principles when it comes to running your business, and how do we bring those opportunities to the people? Because I have seen through the questions that are being asked here, and some of them I've seen on the chat, it is clear that there is a limited knowledge in terms of the opportunities that we do provide. And going forward, we are going to do a lot more that people understand, to ensure that people do understand what opportunities are there within the banking system for them to be able to access the credit, especially in a small enterprises environment. Because, you may have heard, you have heard through Sis Nondumiso, we do have, enterprise bankers or small business bankers across most of our branches as ABSA, and their sole responsibility is to look after the needs of the emerging and small businesses, and those where the bankers are there to serve the needs of our clients. And I will encourage the people to walk across and get into many of our offices and really, want to speak to many of these bankers that are there, because they are there to serve their needs, so that our people can help improve and understand their knowledge, their product knowledge. And the other thing, is regarding the procurement services we offer.
John, apologies. We are a little bit out of time here. So I'm just gonna ask that you just wrap up in just 1 minute, please.
Comfortably, Tabi. So I think, I wanted to mention the issue of the procurement of the services that we do offer. It's one aspect that I feel, that we need to do a lot more in terms of really exposing our people to, but in closing, the reality is that there will always be a need for financial institutions to provide opportunities to our people, and we are willing to do our part as ABSA as an organization, and we encourage more and more of the panelists and the people that are here to reach out to us as an organization. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. We'll definitely be reaching out. Tracy, over to you, maybe just in 2 minutes, anything that you think we should be doing, any solutions and really actions that we should take from here?
Yeah, thank you. So I think that we need to allow people to have access to income generating assets, because that's the step one. There's also so much knowledge out there that we could tap into, but having access to data is it's expensive. So how do we gain knowledge that's freely available, but we can't access it? So I think that's a critical part of what needs to be done in this space. And building relationships, building that social capital makes us safer, happier, and building relationships helps us grow our ideas and sharing our ideas and sharing our businesses. So I think that's quite critical, and infrastructure development is key.
Awesome. Thank you, Tracy, and thank you so much. Lastly, over to Hilton. If you can, just in the 2 minutes, just solutions, what you think we should be doing, and next steps from here.
Tabiso, I'm training to be a pastor, so it might not be 2 minutes. But anyway, what we know that in South Africa is that we have 600 formal businesses and 2.8 million informal businesses. What we also know is that 9 out of 10 businesses fail within the first 3 years. here in South Africa and potentially globally, right? And I think what we need to do is care about those 9 businesses. You know, when I saw this picture of this woman's house that was burning and she had 10 kids in them, and she went back while this house was burning to get all 10 of them out. As an ecosystem, we cannot exist to save one business. We have to worry about all of them. And so I want to make 2 action things that we need to think about and just proxies, if you like, for models that we can replicate. One, Thailand has about 70% of their businesses are informal, yet they employ 90% of people. We have 1.8 million informal businesses. We must treat them with our bylaws, et cetera, et cetera. And so we've really got to look at, you know, how do we leverage from other people's mistakes, right? Then the other thing, and I'm going to come back to China. My son studied this, so I know that when you have an idea in city, municipality, somewhere in a university, or even in a business, here in one city, the municipality have some kind of open social franchising product industry franchising. Is that I, as a municipality, take that manufacturing process and that product, and I go license to another municipality, and that municipality then find a business, bring industry or funding around them, and then build a similar successful business on the other side. And then the business owner that manufactures, he gets a percentage out of it from the municipality. And of course, he then gets a fee from the other company that is equally successful. And so we think and we look at copy China, right? The reality is that China has found out ways of how to leverage the human capital in their society, is that they didn't go after one business big guy. They went out of, to go for all people. I'm like, they've got 500 millionaires. They've wiped out poverty amongst their 1.2 billion people. We've got to look at these macro plans and see what have they done, and how can we replicate these things as business, as government, and of course, the sector that cares about this complex thing called entrepreneurship. But we can't have one person as that guy that we brought out from the township. We've got to say there's names that I can't even get to because they are all creating the employment and the well-being state of this economy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Hilton. Sure, guys, thank you so much from the panel. I think you guys shared some amazing, amazing insights. Firstly, the programs that SAB, ABSIP, Tiger Brands have up. If you're an entrepreneur and you're listening online or you're here, please take them up on their offer. Those programs are there, so please take them up on it, and we'll make sure that we continue these conversations going further, and then we send the links. Thank you so much to the panelists for sharing all that information. Thank you guys to the people who are here, to the audience, to the next panel. We're out of time, but I think in the next session, I'll make sure that it's raised.
Imbizo.
Correct. Correct. Thank you so much, Carl. I'm gonna raise that up, and just to the next panelist. Sorry so much. We are a few minutes late. We are going to be kicking off. We are going to break off now at 1. We're going to be kicking off at 1:15. Thank you so much for joining. Cheers.
Imbizo, to
starting now.
To all the business owners, that is on everybody's mouths and in not so many people's hands. I want to say that through ABSIP, we will give access to anyone that needs a platform for business planning for free through the ABSIP, through this particular conversation.
Amazing.
So they can do their everyday business planning, and we can connect them to ecosystem partners throughout South Africa.
Amazing, amazing offer, Hilton, and we thank you very much. We are not going to break off. We are actually going to dive in. We're going to dive in straight into the next panel. So I'm going to say thank you to Sister Imbizo. We're going to get off, and we are going to invite Zen to hand over to the next panel so that it can kick off. Thank you.
Great. Our next panelist, we have Judy, who is joining us virtually via Zoom. Judy Mowekedi, she is the chairwoman of Gauteng Tourism. And then we've got Carl Lotte, who is the CEO of Small Medium Enterprises Federation. We also have Sivenati Sikaba, who CFO of Simtex. And then lastly, we have Vusi Vokwana, the founder of Kasi Catalyst. Thank you for your time, and we're excited to have you. Our discussion today is on the how to integrate the township economy into retail. First, I would like to give our audience an idea how big and important and why it is important, the sector is important. So the informal sector or the informal economy is segmented into the spaza sector, which is about 150 billion sector, largely dominated by immigrants. The fast food sector, that is about 870 billion plus sector dominated by South African locals. And then you have the fruits and vegetables sector. Just the Johannesburg fresh produce market turns about 7 billion plus per annum. Lastly, we have the taxi industry, and that is about 50 billion per annum. The spaza rental is about 25 billion per annum, and a large part of that township incomes is residential rental income. So you can see this is a large ecosystem. So what we are hoping to achieve here today is to find solutions to support and cultivate this important sector, find solutions to opening up of markets to enable active economic participation. So when I go to a Fushini, I'll see a designer sneaker by Mzoli from Kailisha on the shelf. Maybe Vusi, to start off with you. I mean, So maybe Vusi, to start off with you, I mean, you are a product of, of township entrepreneurship. You went abroad, you're exposed to a different model of the informal sector. And then you had all these ideas coming back to South Africa and how you could implement those here to better and improve our informal sector. But man, you were, faced with like a very limiting establishment. We want to hear those stories, and also, you're currently on the ground. Lucy, over to you.
Thanks, Zen, for the introduction, and thank you, ABSIP, for having me. So, without a doubt, anybody that's working as an entrepreneur in the Western Cape knows how hard it is to function here. I think Butlevuyo captured it. It's really the New York of South Africa in terms of the hustle in the township. So, like Zen said, my parents were township entrepreneurs, both of them. So I grew up in Langa Guguletu businesses, either running the usual petrol stations, butcheries, supermarkets, and a news agent, hair salons, everything that we know works in townships and always has worked. But then this was late 70s, early 80s. It was a different environment. Those entrepreneurs of my dad's ilk were the guys who started NAVCOC in 1964. They were the guys who had a captive market that was coming to them because going into the urban space was difficult. Pass laws, segregation, all kinds of government policies that made it difficult to enter this urban space. So obviously people shopped at home. It made it easier. And so guys like my dad, they lived this, these great moments running successful businesses. So when my brother and I were born, they thought the best way to meander the system going into the next generation was to send us into this white world so that we could get closer to whiteness. And in that way, we'd be able to fight the next fight, right? Which was then, how do we leverage relationships? I think in the previous panels, we heard about how hard it is to get into that room. Lita probably expressed it the best. It's like a VIP room, and it's not just a VIP room for supply chain. It's a VIP room for funding. I mean, we heard the ABSA guy talking about grants that nobody in this room has even heard of, right? So everything is stacked against us as entrepreneurs, right? So off I go into this white-only environment as part of a group of First Blacks. We're in these white schools. We're learning how to be closer to white people. We're learning how to leverage these relationships and be competitive. And at the end of high school, you're sitting with people who can access capital from their grandparents to start a business, while you're sitting there thinking, how many people, what kind of a stokvel can I do, right? Even before stokvel was sexy, okay? So now I'm off to the UK to start tertiary because my dad insisted that we had to study abroad, right? This is a guy who was born in 1919. He'd done everything that he could to meander past segregation laws, all kinds of oppressive policies that governments had had in his lifetime that he'd seen, trying to choke the Black entrepreneur out. And he figured the only way that we could do this was to play in that space. So off I go, UK 2 years, 5 years in America, but the 5 years that I spent in the US, actually in Hawaii, was the best because I spent those 5 years playing in Asia, looking at what works there and understanding that the way that we look at urban spaces, the way that we as South Africans look at informal traders as a swear word or as a market that we want to kind of shove under our chairs when it's the bulk of the market, it made me realize that I needed to come back and do something different at home. So I come back with all these ideas, as you do when you're a child, right? With belief that all I needed to do was know the models, learn the systems, and just come back and implement. Sounds really simple. But then when I get back, I'm standing in sewage outside stores. Like I'm looking at people who have rented properties in township spaces for almost 3 generations, but they're still tenants. They're still talking about rent cards. So there are all these infrastructural issues. We've got lights blinking because electricity is unstable. You know, so yeah, I'd been to these difficult places in the world where people run businesses on houseboats, but the infrastructure there was better. Here I'm in this place where there's this divide, and when I, you know, go back to that proximity to whiteness and I look where my peers are, they're sitting in these beautiful offices and they're calling it, you know, a startup, right? And so their version of a startup is so different from mine, but we all kind of had the same start. And so the assumption is always, you know, that we aren't working hard enough as township entrepreneurs. Like, if you just put in a little bit more effort, you know, you could do so much more. That's the message we get, because you look at your counterpart who's white and they just have matric, but wow, that's a killer startup. So in my mind already, I was starting to kind of go through, what do I need to do differently? What is it about how we are thinking about things? And I think being a woman is probably the only thing that gave me the leg up in this space, in that going into stealth mode for us is easy. You know, we're so undermined in every space that we go in. Nobody sees us, we're invisible. And it's easy for us to then go stealth. So I can go into a corporate, and I laughed in the first panel when they said, just go to corporate, just go and tell them that you want this, as if none of us thought about it. Like, all of these township entrepreneurs never ever once kind of, even if we stockfilled the idea, let's say, you know, even if we tried that, how come not even one of us managed to do it? The reality is that door isn't open to us. The rooms are shut, they're sealed. You need like a secret handshake. You need, you know, to stamp a few times. There's all these things that we have to do that nobody has taught us as Black people. Even our proximity to whiteness hasn't given us access to those spaces, and they won't, because the systems that their great-grandfathers put in are designed to keep them at the top. So we need to come in and be ninjas about it. And the only way we can be ninjas is to say, okay, we see you, Kevin, with the access. We'll come in with Kevin as Kevin's +1. And we're going to walk that red carpet with you. We're going to access your funding. And that's what we've done with my team, is we've gone and found the biggest Kevin in retail that we can find, meaning that we have access to. So not ShopRite, but the other guys. And we've opened stores with them in the Western Cape. And it's a purely pragmatic thing. It's that understanding that if I want to renovate a structure that's 30 years old, the owner is a 75-year-old woman, ABSIP won't even look at me. I'm high risk. She's high risk. Everything is high risk because it's in the township. So if I need funding, I need to bring the white guy with me and let the white guy speak for me, you know, even if I have to write his cue cards. But let it be the one who speaks for me. And as a woman, we know what that's like. We're used to that, right? So I let him do the speaking and he enjoys it. He feels empowered. He's doing everything for me. Thank you, Kevin. But then he also gives me access to insurance. One of the things that we didn't talk about was the cost of insurance in the township. I get, for me as an individual, it would cost me 15,000 Rand a month in just in premiums for services. A store with Kevin running or operating is 1,500 Rand that he pays for the exact same coverage. So those are the kinds of disparities that we go through every single day as township entrepreneurs. We all know it. Every Black person everywhere knows that their game is stacked against us and we need to change. So let's use them. Let's be Trojan horses. And I think that's what Kasi Catalyst does. My business is we open up, once we're in, we open up the supply chain. We open up the supply chain in these retail spaces. We can possibly help Sis Nondumiso to get in these schools that she wants. We do everything that we can to capacity build so that Black people are allowed in the room through a little hole that we've jacked open. Thank you, Kevin, for that.
Sure, that's amazing. Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing. Exactly why I started off with you. Thank you so much. That was great. Carl, I'm going to come to you. I mean, you made a point earlier while sitting there that corporates cannot grow if they do not grow the market, right? What opportunities can the retail sector unlock to support the growth of the township SMEs?
I agree. It's so much that the former speaker seems to it's closed door. It's closed door. They can go in and sell, but are they now on the side of the goods that are made? I don't think that's true. I really want to answer the question of the retailer that they were to do their reporting, the annual financial reporting. I don't believe financial reporting not only is transparent. We need, I really would say we need BEE black directors who serve on this board to be more assertive. They list because they say we are not operational. Because they're accused of being operational. But it's what's needed at the moment. There's so much that's happening on the board. Let me give you an example, because I know a lot of your members and are financial. How many people on the board of this firm really deep down into that line item called cost of goods sold? Clearly, you'll tell me what cost of goods sold. I think we look down into that cost. Who are the players? We've got purchases. We've got manufacturing costs. And if you just do those things, we can get back behind the problem. We shall know who they do purchases with, who they get services from. And this is the time when you can expect our black directors it's not asking these accountable figures on the board. They're allowing it to work over to globular accounts. And so I know the retail market particular because it's united with the retail market called manufacturing cost. You get part of goods of manufacturing cost of what it costs them to manufacture and who helps them do that. You will stop penetrating supply chain, not just the supply and our directors should be asking one of the first things that must be done is that we must say very clearly to our BEE directors, are you fulfilling the role for which you stand? Because they will get into the whole nitty-gritty of who makes those widgets that we earn. Where is it? I worked with a company 2 years ago who was into the educational space of getting education. And I discovered, this was at least 8 years ago, that we were importing 1 million odd at the time of building blocks for kindergarten for China. Why on earth are we not making those building blocks here? Change them and do the healthy things. So when you talk to me about the subjects today, I think our biggest block is the people who create the policy, sit down, several to a person at the bottom of the HR is for a job description, and you've got a policy, and you've got a budget. If that person say that's the job, you will overlook.
Sure.
We need smaller
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
our voices matter.
Yeah.
You go to the meeting, the business. Everybody there is step forward. And what I will the small business is what I and you see. When you look at the plan, check out what you see. They all open up. Don't open up. They just say what the other white guys want them to say. So they know how to see with the president. We need representation. We need representation at every level for small business. We need a voice for small business. But you know, for me to create that voice, people don't want to sign up. They first want to ask what's in it for me. And yet the NDP, the National Development Program, says on small business, it's not delivering in South Africa because small business is fragmented. It's like every man to himself. So that's the one thing. The second thing is, please ask the question of small business owners, how much time do you have to come to a training session? Shouldn't we find something that we take to the small business, wherever it is, and rather expect him to give up or her to give up 2 or 3 hours for a session when they should be making money in that time? How do we communicate training in this so that it's spread far and wide? Do we expect them to come to the city for the training? I was just thinking this venue is a lovely place to train. But I'll leave it there, Zen.
Yeah. No,
Have I overdone myself?
That was
I haven't
brilliant.
frightened
Thank you. No, I
anybody
mean,
away.
No, that's okay. Thank you for being kind with time, because we are pressed for time. Unfortunately, with the last, kind of like to move fast here. Sivanati, I'm going to move now to your area of expertise. With a lot of township business, a lot of these guys, they're informal by nature, right? And what corporate is trying to do with this business is to formalize them through traditional means such as company registrations, VAT registrations, which ultimately is a burden on the entrepreneur, and i.e. the cost of doing business for these guys become higher. So the status quo is that you need formalization to access capital, right? So now, when we're thinking of solutions around this, should government, funders, corporates have less stringent requirements, for these guys to access funding, or do we need to make it easier for the entrepreneur to formalize, or should we be formalizing the informal?
Perfect. Thanks for your question, and thanks for inviting me to be part of the panel. Yeah, I think so many thoughts have been shared today. I think you won't maybe think that because it's all relative. You find that there's definitely a need to do so, and the biggest issue around this is a compliance issue, is around governance and making small businesses more attractive to corporates for them to work with the small businesses. And so obviously there's also laws to think about and how organizations must work, whether big or small. And unfortunately, I think our legal frameworks and systems are not kinder to small businesses. They are held as accountable as a corporate. We've seen a lot of corporates represented today that have got big compliance departments assisting them. And unfortunately, for a startup or for a small business owner that is juggling a lot of roles within their business, compliance is probably at the back end or laws. And so it's important to support small businesses to ensure that they are getting the necessary advice that they need in order to comply, to understand the laws. But I think there's definitely issues around our policies where definitely they should be kinder to small businesses in the first place. The cost to compliance is quite high, not just to afford the consultants that actually help you get into the supply chains, that actually help you, get integrated and get the financing you need, but also when it comes to, paying the tax bill and, getting all the registrations required. It's a lot of investment needed upfront from an entrepreneur just to be in a position to be accepted into various supply chains. So definitely there needs to be more support, not necessarily less compliance, but more support for small businesses. And I think in particularly from corporates and from the providers that exist, government departments, ESD providers, to recognize that they should support, and either finance or provide additional less stringent requirements for them to actually come on board. So there's a big requirement around that.
Great.
Thanks.
Sticking with you, Sivanat, before I move on to Judy, who's joining us virtually online, you operate in the middle, right? You expose both the challenges of the small businesses, and you also expose to the strategies of corporate. And now we hear of a lot of programs by corporates that they say that they're supporting small businesses, but there appears to be a disconnect, right? Where do you see the gaps in implementation, and how can we close those gaps?
Thank you so much for that question. I think that's a very, very, very important one. We've heard about these gaps. I'm not going to reiterate it, but it's clear that corporates are not aligned with small businesses entirely. These are the suppliers that fit into their value chains. These are the that they want to integrate into their value chains, but they struggle to understand how to do so. Yet there are opportunities, yet there is funding, yet there is capital to invest in these entrepreneurs. And so there's a big gap there. And I think I'd like to say what Carl did mention around, the people actually running ESD sometimes get their directives from the top. And I think a lot of those, there is no representation at the top, not much from entrepreneurs. There's no voice and there's no advocacy there. So I think there definitely is a need for more advocates and that are able to influence decision makers from the top. And I think that it must be quite clear within the scorecards of corporates and the ESD providers as well. How are you enabling those entrepreneurs? How do you understand the entrepreneurs within your value chains? Do you understand their needs? And I think we saw even from Musisi earlier here saying that perhaps they did not understand my needs. I was clear around what I need. I need to be embedded. I need opportunities. I'm ready to service. I'm ready to work. I've got the skills. I've got a quality product. And yet I do not get the opportunities. So I think that we need to really ensure that our resources go to addressing towards what the needs are. So when you have that issue, then you need to have advocates that understand entrepreneurs, that actually get heard, to create a voice from the top on in decision making, as well as make sure that structurally there is a way to regulate how you implement your supply chain strategies in order to understand the real businesses behind your supply chain and not look at one provider, let's say one Black business that actually gets most of your opportunities, but try to ensure that you score yourself fairly, have enough new entrants into ESD that are able to benefit from your supply chain, that are Black businesses, that are female owned, that are youth owned, etc. And I think then include that within your scorecards and your bonus pools, etc. Because it's all about accountability at the end of the day. And if we don't have the corporates accountable here, we're not going to move forward. And of course, as corporates, you want to be incentivized. You want to have programs that make sense to you, but also consider truly being a responsible business is really investing in the actual underlying small businesses that are within your value chain. Investing in capacity building, yes, but ensuring that you hear the voice, ensuring that you understand their needs. And so look at the ecosystem players, partner with us, partner with them, There's a lot of organizations that daily work with entrepreneurs that understand the needs. Listen to them. Invite them to the table, have constructive, conversations. This is a start. This is one of that, so thank you to ABSIP for starting us on that drill. But let's please continue on the discussions. I think within the sectors, understand the small businesses, the developmental challenges, and, then make sure you make decisions aligned with that. So I'm just going to end it there.
No,
Thank
amazing. you.
you.
Thank you so much, Sivanat. Thank you
Sure.
for your insights and sharing that. So now we're going to turn to Judy, who's joining us virtually online. Judy, we're going to look into your sector. The South African tourism sector was about 130 billion in 2018. This is just looking at the pre-COVID figures, because obviously, with COVID, that just shrinked. But, Judy, if you could please come in here, talk to us about the tourism retail. How can the township economy have a meaningful share of that pie? And what are tourists looking for when they come to the township?
Thank you very much and good afternoon. Firstly, I'm speaking in my capacity as the Chief Operations Officer of a unique South African business, the only one of its kind, and the largest business of this kind in the world, and that is called Tourvest, Pty Ltd. And I'm the Chief Operations Officer, and we have more than 63 brands in this business, and we work in multiple geographies. Africa is one of our big territories, and we are present in India, in the Caribbean, in Spain, in New Zealand, and just before COVID hit us, we were about to open up in Croatia. And I'll share with you what it is that we offer in terms of travel. It's destination retail, actually. Probably one of the most, it's not understood in the South African retail space, but it is a major contributor to GDPs all over the world, because when tourists or travelers travel, they eat, they shop, they sleep, and they buy. But I want to ask all of us if we are having the right conversation. Because if we don't have the right conversation, we will not come up with the right solutions. And first and foremost, my question that I ask myself, also having grown up in a township, my boss is also from a township, my chairman and the owner of the company, it's a Black company. How do we ensure that townships are self-sufficient and vibrant economies and vibrant in terms of their own ecosystems? And so this is my question really, that if the township is part of the channel in global tourism, so that when people book their tickets and they want to come to South Africa, they want to go to Kenya, they want to go to Ethiopia, is your township in the value chain? And is your township featured as a product? And by product, I mean that tourists are attracted to the Eiffel Tower, which is in a municipality, and Agrandissement in France. So that, in a way, is very similar to what we have. Okay, it doesn't look like our townships, but maybe a long time ago it did. And then we look at the favelas, which is probably more similar to our townships. And then you look at what the Brazilians have done around turning around their favelas, which are the townships. And in fact, Cuba is probably the next biggest thing when it comes to tourism. And we always say, for the Cape Townians on the call, that Cape Town or the Cape Flats is like Cuba. You get everything on the Cape Flats that Cuba has, except that Cuba is an island and Cape Flats is part of the Cape Peninsula. So COVID has given us a very, very unique opportunity to look at the way in which we want to build into the future, build forward in terms of restructuring our economy as well as our product offerings. And so the question really is, I've heard everyone talk, and oftentimes, yes, I'm also guilty of this. We want to be part of the supply chain in big corporates. So my question is, we've seen how COVID shut down global supply chain. We saw the Black Swan events of a few weeks ago shut down supply chain. So how do you operate at a township level, your own economy, your own ecosystem, so that people buy, supply, shop, eat within the township? And I'll give you an example here in Johannesburg, in the inner city or downtown Joburg. If you look at the Somalians, if you look at the Ethiopians, the Eritreans, people from the Horn, and you look at the money that is produced just in that universe of consumers and traders, that is an ecosystem that actually functions on its own, and we have many different views and interpretations on xenophobia. But when you dive into the magnitude of the economy of the Horn community in downtown Joburg, you will see a very different set of numbers emerge. So my question really is, COVID is here to stay. We saw an outbreak of another deadly virus in West Africa as we sit here and speak. So how are we going to ensure that locally we do our own supply chain? Corporates should be coming to us, and we have an opportunity to reset that agenda. They must come to us begging for our products and our services. So in the company that I work in, I just want to talk about the retail, the destination retail. In destination retail, which is how economies, the travel economy, the tourism economy is structured globally, you have duty free, you have in-flight, you have restaurants, you have jewelry, and then you of course have art and entertainment, which is all part of the value proposition. And, you know, South Africa has been sold globally from a particular palette. When we operate globally as Black South Africans, tourists will say, I want to experience South Africa's uniqueness, South Africa's value proposition. You know, things have changed fundamentally on our beaches, but up until a few years ago, you didn't see black people in the major, beautiful beaches of South Africa. Yet when you go to Brazil, when you go to Indonesia, when you go to Thailand, when you go wherever you go, people go to those beaches because they are attracted by the lure of the local population. So we need to shift that. And so for me, when I look at, we are actually a billion, more than R1 billion business, and in the destination retail, that is where we make our money. Our cash cow in the business, and we do this all over the world. We take the local craft community and we turn that into must-have products. And so when it comes to, you would know our shops out of Africa, in Daba, I could go on and on. These are all the shops within the Tourvest stable. And what I want to share with all of us, most of us, if we don't, you know, our roots are in the villages, then we move into townships, and some of us migrate to suburbs. What the world is looking for is authenticity. And we have that because we still have a unique offering. So for all of us, and I work very closely here in Gauteng because I'm the chair of the Gauteng Tourism Authority, is to work with our township associations, is to say, how can we ensure that every tourist that touches the shores of South Africa comes to your township and doesn't come for a few hours to go to Vilakazi Street when they could go to Busy Corner last week, or the previous Imbizo was in Tembisa. We want tourists to spend a minimum of two nights in a township and take that further. When you go to Vietnam, for instance, and you go into the homestays, you will spend a week in homestays because many cities are more of the same. And the tourist after COVID is going to want a very different experience and an experience of people. So how do we ensure that the people in Alex, where I work very closely with, and we've launched, there's some exciting technology around how we're selling the township into the global tourist economy, because people want, first and foremost, when it comes to tourism, it's people to people. And then they want authenticity. And then they want artisanal. And therefore, I always say to most of my foreign friends, when you come to South Africa, the first thing I'm going to make sure you have is a vet cook. They don't know what a vet cook is. And we can sell them the vet cooks. We can jazz it up, we can jazz it down, but that is authentically artisanal and it is local. And when we say local is lekker, it couldn't be more true of a multi-billion-dollar business when it comes to tourism. And then, of course, the other unique product that tourists want, they want community markets. And we've seen the demise of the community market in South Africa. Yes, Cape Town has some amazing value propositions. On the weekend, you can go to that place called the Biscuit Mill. You can go to the waterfront. But recently I was at Building Bridges, which is in Langa. We had an activation there. That particular center had not had a single customer since COVID hit us. And I want to share with you a piece of leather that I bought in that township. Now, this piece of leather is as good as leather anywhere in the world. And my closing comments would be that because COVID had hit the local artists so badly, they were just desperate to sell. And so when you begin to sell and you sell into a tourist, you need to have your product correctly priced, because the tourists will pay a premium for a local handmade craft. They don't want something that was made in China or India, brought to South Africa with a different label. So I really think in terms of once the market's open, we have a unique opportunity in the tourism sector, in destination retail, to open up a whole other avenue, another lane in terms of revenue generation for our township creatives, entrepreneurs, and just our absolute talent that we have. And then re-engineer the value chain. And corporate should be coming to us because we know localization is the way, it's what is happening moving forward, because globalization from supply chain has become very, very precarious in a world which will see more epidemics. Thank you.
Oh, Judy, amazing. Thank you so much for those nuggets. They're so good. I mean, fortunately, for the sake of time, we've really run over. And because it's Saturday and we want to respect everyone's time, we won't, go further into some of the points and we wanted to discuss. And we're not even going to ask our panelists for closing remarks. But I will ask our chairwoman, President Polo, to come to the stage and give us closing remarks. Thank you to our panelists and thank you to everyone for joining us. I'll hand over to Polo.
Thank you very much, Zen. Shame, our poor panelists. You want there a minute each, perhaps, just to give closing remarks? Yeah, please. Okay, yeah. Let me give you a minute each, maybe 1.5 minutes each, so that you're not completely given the opportunities.
Okay. Thank you. So, just in closing, for us, I think as township entrepreneurs, especially in the Western Cape, it's been so many things that prevent us from being able to make it over the line. And it's always that we need to be trained more. So all of these corporates want to train us more. They want to incubate us more. There's all these things that need to be done for us and to us, but nothing is happening to this host. And maybe it's time that people like ABSIP are able to then say to the corporates who are handling the supply chain or the ECD person, it's time for them to actually maybe spend a week in a township business, learning the township, how the economy works, what the ecosystem is like, so that we're not faced with those stupid questions about why are you choosing to open a Vida cafe, coffee shop in the township? Black people can't afford coffee. Those are the kinds of questions that we face when we go to funders. So I think it's important for bodies like yours with 25 years strong, people in high places, to ask the questions that need to be asked at the higher level so that the policies can change. Systemic oppression, whether it's infrastructure or whether it's just in the mindset, is something that we just can't seem to shake here in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're also welcome to make any commitments. By the way, this is what I'm going to do as an organization.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Just in closing, I think I want to reiterate what Andile Nomlala said. We need to make more opportunities as corporates, as government, for Black businesses to thrive within the economy. And I think at SM Tax, our role is to enable these entrepreneurs to really benefit from these opportunities, but they have to exist from the very start. And so we need to make sure that then on our side, what we actually commit to is not just is becoming an enabler in the process, but also making sure that we open up more opportunities and advocate for small businesses within corporates, within government, where there are actually opportunities that exist. We need we find ourselves, advocating to say that, small businesses are attractive. They really are. There's a good return on investment if you invest in small businesses. They are, I think ours is just to make them more marketable because we believe in them and we know that they have what it takes to produce quality products and provide great service. And so I think for us as SM Tax and other ecosystem players here within, so many providers here, we are committed to that, and that's our commitment. And if anyone needs our help, we're here to advocate, we're here to support, because really to unlock the value here that lies for corporates, for government, to have a cohesive economy really that grows, is to unlock this value. And so we're committed to do so, and we will offer, especially township-based entrepreneurs and Black businesses, affordable services or free services that really enable them to get in, because it's all about advice, knowing what to say, who to talk to, and having the opportunities available. And that should be available for free for small businesses. And so we committed towards that. And really it's to the corporates to fund such initiatives as well. I think that's what I'd like to end with. Thank you for the opportunity, Polo.
So much, Carl.
Thank you. They've just said everything I want to say.
No, you can't. You can't.
I would. I invite everybody to look us up, South African Small Medium Enterprises Federation, and to see how we are trying to deepen the conversation that should happen in the ecosystem. And we define the ecosystem at high level as three parts: big business, small business, and government. Those are the three people in that ecosystem that need, and you can cascade them right down to the community, big business, small business, and the municipality. And so we want to strengthen that, and we need to do that. Among us who are people who help small business, we need to talk to each other with one voice. We need to be able to support each other. We need to collaborate. And collaborate is not easy because you can't get everything you want, but we need to have that conversation with government, with big business and small business. So please help me build and deepen the small business ecosystem.
That is your answer. Thank you so much, Carl. Is Judy still on?
Yes, I am, and I wanted to comment on the beautiful shawl you're wearing, Paulo. The beautiful wrap. You'll tell us.
You know where it's from, right?
I want you to tell us where it's from. But my clothing. Sorry.
You can't tell. It's from Ethiopia. I'm supporting the African market.
No. What is important, Paulo, is that is a local craft, and it has been engineered to a level where it is a must-have product by everybody in the world. They all want something that has Ethiopian in it. And that is the story around our townships and what we have that is unique. So we are rebuilding our economies, we're restructuring the economy. My big call for our architects and our African developers are, we do not need a Sandton in every township. The township needs to have a unique design, a unique offering. Traveling across America is the most tedious thing you can do because all the Walmart, I don't want to offend any brand, but everything looks the same. So let's rebuild our townships so that they become a tourist destination, that they reflect the uniqueness of our cultures, and let's hold on to our buying power. If we buy locally, we have the power. And that is my message to corporates and to all of us as entrepreneurs. We hold the power. We negotiate the terms of trade. Thank you, Paulo.
Judy, before I let you go, so what commitment do you make to entrepreneurs in the tourism space? Because this is an area that you're very knowledgeable about, and I think a lot of people can benefit from, whether it's your personal knowledge or the knowledge of your organization. What can you do, or what can you commit to in terms of supporting township tourism businesses so that they are better able to take advantage of the opportunity you've just reminded us of?
Yep. There are two ways in which we do this. As I mentioned, I'm the chair of Gauteng Tourism Authority, and we work very closely with our province as well as municipal players to ensure that the policy favors the development of a township tourism route product channel. So we work with that very actively. I will make my contact details available to ABSIP around supply chain, how people in townships who want assistance, we do a lot of supplier development and making sure that we can get local suppliers quality ready, because you don't want, I won't mention the country, I don't want to be attacked. You don't want to buy a product and while you're traveling on the bus and you open the product, it falls apart. So it has to be quality ready. And then you have to be able to produce quantities. And we host a number of workshops across the country, getting suppliers market ready. We train them around pricing. And then now we've moved into the e-tail space. And we're seeing there that volume becomes a huge challenge for us. If someone wants to buy a mug, they want to buy them in the thousands, and a local player can't produce it. So working collaboratively becomes very important. But please share my Tourvest details with everyone. Actually, I'll put it in the chat site before I go, and you can contact us with a huge supply development arm within the business.
No, thank you very much, Judy. It was important that we commit you to something because, and then thank you for staying on. I know you had a hard stop at 1:30, so we appreciate you staying on because we're running late. But for us, it was important that we get commitments from people because, as I said right from the beginning, we don't want this to be another talk shop. We want to walk away with tangible. When on Monday, this is what we're going to do. So we really appreciate everything that you've done, even the challenge that you've given us as well to say, how do we facilitate a conversation as ABSIP? So that when corporate and banks and all these institutions think about the township economy, they don't think about, oh, the poor Black people, what can we do for them? But they actually start interacting with this economy as a proper economy, as a serious economy, as a growing economy, as the giant that I spoke about at the beginning. I said that this is a lying giant, and I do believe that it is a lying giant. It's a sleeping giant. It's a sleeping giant because it is overlooked, actually. That is the irony of it. It's not that we have failed to succeed as entrepreneurs in these spaces. I just think that they enable us because every part of our economy, every part of our country has got people that enable it. But those people have taken the time to learn and understand those spaces. For whatever reason, these spaces have just been ignored. And therefore they're underserved because they are misunderstood. Just like the case for women, by the way. I'm an investor in women. And I can tell you that women making up 51% of the population, it has never made sense to me that the whole financial services sector thought that they should focus all their attention on funding men. When women actually, if we all know that when you unlock the potential of a woman, you actually unlock the potential of the whole society. Whereas with men, it has been proven statistically. They say for every rent that a man gets, 30% goes towards his family, 30 to 40% goes towards his family, and then 60 to 70% goes towards him. When it's a woman, for every rent that she gets, 90 cents goes to the family, and only 10% goes to her. So you can just see the effect of just lives in the township. And yet all our efforts and resources and creativity and intelligence goes towards only where 40% of the economy lives. It makes absolutely no sense. And then we wonder why we have the levels of inequality that we have in this country. It's precisely because we are paying attention to things that we should not be paying attention to. So we're very alive to that. And I must reiterate that our intention as ABSIP was to really come in and listen. And this is the third webinar. And we've always been very deliberate in infusing what we call the enablers with the entrepreneurs. And each time there's a new thing that is unearthed. With the first webinar, we had more than 2,000 people in attendance, most of which were entrepreneurs, and we got lots of very valuable information. And with each webinar, whenever entrepreneurs come, there's a new angle they bring to the problem. So we are finding that we ourselves actually misunderstood. So when I say the township economy is misunderstood, I'm not pointing fingers. I'm one of the people, and I'm a funder. I don't know how to, I don't. I mean, this webinar has shown me just how much I don't understand how to actually effectively, how to firstly understand the risk profile of the market, all right? And therefore how to be responsive to the needs of the market as well. And also understand the opportunity, actually, So, and this is the case everywhere. That's why we're not seeing the kinds of solutions and that's why we thought it is important for us to have this conversation. Because it's nice to speak big English wherever it is on some podiums about our commitment to transformation, which is what we've been saying for the past 25 years. But until your ordinary Black South African actually feels this economic benefit that has come out of these BEE policies, we've been wasting time. And what I'm really excited about is that, I was saying to Manager, I said, today was so important because we really got to the heart of the issues, because this is all about economic issues. It's bread and butter issues, right? Putting money in people's pockets. So it's bread and butter issues, but it's commercial as well. We spoke about the commercial aspects of this thing. And when people say that we are committed to transformation and this is what we're doing on ESD, really? You know, today the question of really arose. What exactly are you doing? And what does it translate? So what can you point to say because of this and that I have done as a corporate in South Africa, these are the businesses that I have grown. They moved from 10 rand turnover per month to R1 million turnover per month. Those are the things we need to be bragging about, not how much money I've spent in ESD in Khayelitsha. But I want you to point and say, you see that manager, when I met her, she was wearing a brown All-Star that had a hole in it. And now she is carrying a Louis Vuitton bag. But and this is said in jest, but it's true, right? That we need to be demanding of these initiatives that are done, because these initiatives are carried out in our name as Black people. So every company, the banking sector issued their BE report very recently, and every bank is level 1, level 2. They're doing very well. ESD, 100% of the points. Do you felt that benefit? And this is what we're trying to get to. And that's just, and ESD is just but a component of this, by the way. We should not confine this conversation to ESD. Today, we're just focusing on supply chains. But the issue of entrepreneurship in the townships is a microeconomic issue, it's a macroeconomic issue, it's a socio-economic issue. For me, it's almost also a socio-political issue. Because if we do not address it, we actually are going to see ourselves getting back to the political unrest that we have seen due to the socio-economic situation that we see in the country. So it's a very serious matter that keeps many of us up at night. So I must thank all of you, those who are physically in attendance, for coming, all the panelists throughout the day. They've been exceptionally wonderful, and always a special thanks must go out to the entrepreneurs, because those are the people that we want to work with, in partnership with, to understand what needs to be true for them to achieve success, and also the partners that we are hopefully coming across as we do the work that we do, who are going to be the enablers and the ones who help do the hand holding, so that we get to that promised land that the entrepreneurs are themselves telling us this is the promised land, not us telling them what we think the promised land should be. So thank you all, and please do forgive us for overrunning. Being a professional organization, this is not a very good showing on our part. We'll do better next time. Thank you. I believe lunch is served that side, right? So you guys, you're welcome to please join us.